Hello, 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 everybody. How we doing? Hello, Kiva in Defer. Hello, Internet Etiquette. Hello, Kippy. Hello, Wargamer Lena. Hello, Zoe the Fox Girl. Hello, Charlie Jinmir. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Thursday. Hello, Christina / GamerG. Hello, John Brongus. Hello, Quigley. I've played too much Dark Souls, so I want to say Quilog. Like when I see a name that starts with Q, that's my bad. That's my burden to bear. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom, the metalist kitty I know. Hello, Salmon Moose.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Hello, LB. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Catalina Gearbox. Hello, Dragonfly. Hello, Chai T-Rex. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Lily Loves Stuff. Hello, everybody. Double bonus, Jack. Yeah, look, I gotta be one of the hardest working in the biz, okay? You know, I gotta keep up with all these young whippersnappers coming up here, okay? I gotta get out there. I gotta leave my mark. I gotta make sure I'm working in the content mines 24/7. There's no rest for the wicked, am I right? If you think about it, it's 3 Jack streams in one day. That's true. I was afraid I was sick. Turns out you were just constipated. Hell yeah. Get that stuff out of your system. Hello, Reed. Hello, ACAB includes Tone Police. How we all doing, folks? Grind boat Jack. All right. Is this worth it? Oh man. All right. Sure. Why not? We could do that. That's a segment. That's content right there, baby. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. They only have youth in Skibbity Riz, Ohio's. Eric Adams got indicted on criminal charges. He did indeed, though I'm probably not going to talk about that until tomorrow because that's when they're going to be revealing what he's actually charged with. So, hello, you've ascended. You escaped YouTube chat. Welcome, Fox Girl Zoe. Hello, little Morphine Nanny. There we go. Adam Eriks, yeah. Oh, it's true. It's true.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
We'll be able to get a lot of use out of that tomorrow. Here comes some content. Daddy made your favorite open wide. It's the content train pulling into the station. The content train. All right. Behold, I'm here for 2 streams in a row. Hello, Nindreen. Raising the bar. The Walls v. Vance debate cannot come soon enough. Yeah, the more we get JD Vance in front of the wider American public, the better. You know? He's just so unlikable. Oof. All right. So, we're gonna, I'm actually gonna start with the front-loaded news of the day. Are you guys ready? Am I excited for Concord 2, the Concordaning? Just when I was a youth, we had one Concord and we liked it. Kelly Ayade, who's running for New Hampshire governor, used to be head of the oversight at Blackstone, a big, yeah, I know Blackstone, a big private equity firm. Apparently, Ayade not only ignored but helped cover up massive child labor abuses at a company Blackstone owned. That sounds about par for the course for a Blackstone executive. Oof. Okay. 13-year-old children got burned with caustic cleaning chemicals. Look, if that's what it takes to maintain profitability, you know, anything and everything for the company, am I right? A yacht? I do have to be honest, I care very little about pronunciation most of the time. I still pronounce it Ico, even though I know it's technically pronounced Eco, and it's one of my favorite games of all time, but I insist on saying it wrong. The company was fined $1.5 million. Is it bad that we live in a system where my reaction to that is genuine surprise that it's like that high of a number? Like a lot of the stories about child labor laws being violated just end with the company paying like $10,000 per child. All right. Well, folks, put on your big boy pants, okay? Or your big girl pants, or your big NB pants. Because we're about to talk about the news of the day, and unfortunately, it's not good news, okay? So, the word on the street has been that Israel has been prepping to invade Lebanon. This should not be terribly surprising, given the fact that they have already bombed the capital of Lebanon multiple times. They have dispersed bombs across the population. They have carried out hundreds of strikes within Lebanon. It's basically, you know, it's been escalating and escalating and escalating, and yeah, it's now more or less official. As of 1 hour ago, apparently the Israeli army is mobilizing troops for a ground assault in Lebanon. It's not just going to be bombing runs. It's going to be a direct invasion of Lebanon. So here's NBC reporting on it.
Israel now says its strikes into Lebanon are preparatory to take out Hezbollah fighters and weapons before a
Also, can we just like real quick, okay? Like, this isn't like I don't know. There's something jarring about there being a McDonald's. You know, like this isn't like the middle of nowhere. They have a McDonald's there. They have like this is not like a like people are going about their daily business, you know? I know McDonald's are everywhere, but like the visual to me reinforces that this could happen anywhere, that Israel would do this anywhere, you know?
Are preparatory to take out Hezbollah fighters and weapons before a possible ground invasion. The chief of staff of the Israeli military today told his troops a maneuver is being planned into Lebanon, where the death toll from air attacks has been rising for days. You will go in, destroy the enemy there, and decisively destroy their infrastructure, he said. Hezbollah leaders are promising to inflict heavy casualties in a ground war. And to prove they're undeterred, the Iranian-backed militia group for the first time launched a missile at Tel Aviv. The missile was shot down by Israeli defenses. The last time Israel invaded Lebanon was in 2006. That war crippled Lebanon and destroyed its infrastructure. After heavy losses, Israel ended the operation. President Biden today still hopeful.
Yeah, by the way, this is not going to go well for Israel. This is just going to be their forever war.
An all-out war is possible, but I think there's also the opportunity, or still in play, to have a settlement that could fundamentally change the whole region.
This is nonsense, of course. This is old man negotiates with cloud. Like that's what's happening here. He's just doing a meme. Like, oh, there's a there's a possibility that we'll have de-escalation through escalation, or whatever dystopian phrase we talked about yesterday that was in the news. Oh yeah. You know, if we bomb them more, they'll come to the table. Mm-hmm.
Needs to be a two-state solution.
But his calls for diplomacy are going unheard.
Beirut is already filling up with refugees. Public schools turned into shelters to accommodate the tens of thousands of Lebanese who have left the south and the west, areas that are being shelled by Israel right now.
Israel says it will.
Yeah, so far, directly in like this latest round of fighting, around 90,000 people in Lebanon have been displaced. But that's not including, my understanding is, the tens of thousands that have already fled the region after months and months of Israeli strikes.
Will fight until Hezbollah is disarmed. Hezbollah says it will.
Okay, also, just to be clear, when Israel says that they're going to fight until Hezbollah is disarmed, I need you all to understand, again, we're talking about one of the largest paramilitaries in the world. Ostensibly over 100,000 troops strong. And they are extraordinarily well armed. They've been arming themselves for decades. And last time Israel invaded, it didn't go well for them. Like, this is not going to be good for anyone involved, with one exception, and that's Benjamin Netanyahu and the far-right political wing, the far-right political elites in Israel. They will thrive off of this.
Will fight until Israeli troops stop attacking Gaza, and neither side shows any sign of backing down.
A woman I spoke to tonight who evacuated to Beirut with 21 of her relatives told me she hopes the American government will act and not allow Lebanon to become the next Gaza. Tom?
Thanks for...
You know, I feel like maybe in this situation, it might be better to say not allow Lebanon to become the next Ukraine. You know, like Gaza is maybe a bit different because it's categorically not its own, like, standalone nation state. But Lebanon is, you know, like, Israel invading would simply be a war of aggression.
watching. Stay up.
I just this is going to get really nasty really fast if indeed Israel initiates a ground war. Here's the scope of the expanded military operation Israel is launching.
Day 3 of Israel's sustained air assault on Lebanon. A campaign its army says is about destroying Hezbollah's military capability. The area of operations is expanding. Strikes are no longer confined to the south and east. They are reaching other areas where Hezbollah has a presence. For the first time, targeting positions in Mount Lebanon, north of Beirut. And 20 kilometers south of the capital, a building was destroyed along the main highway. The strikes are causing widespread destruction, and casualties, already in their hundreds, are mounting. Strikes are now getting closer to the country's biggest city, outside Hezbollah's stronghold in Beirut's southern suburbs, where commanders have already been killed.
For weeks, we have been speculating if and when border confrontations will spiral into war. It's week 2 of a new phase in hostilities. It may not be all-out war like in 2006.
So this was recorded yesterday, probably, or very early today. Again, if Israel is indeed launching a ground invasion, it's all out war.
When Israel laid siege to Lebanon, bombing the airport, blockading seaports, leveling parts of Beirut's southern suburbs, as well as targeting regions outside Hezbollah's influence.
But for the people of Lebanon, this is very much a war. Hundreds of thousands are believed to be on the move in scenes similar to the last major war between Israel and Hezbollah in 2006. Ambulances racing in all directions.
The day before yesterday's strikes started getting closer and Israeli planes were in the sky. For sure we were scared, bit by bit. It reached the fields outside the village and inside it. Of course we could not stay. Everyone is scared. We carried ourselves, packed our clothes and left.
Hezbollah too is hitting deeper inside Israel, targeting areas that have still not been evacuated. It has promised Israel's military actions won't achieve its stated war goal of returning tens of thousands of people to their homes in northern Israel. For the first time in 11 months of fighting, Hezbollah launched a long-range weapon towards Tel Aviv. It was seen as a significant escalation and a message that its capabilities have not been destroyed.
Also, like, yeah, you've been bombing all across Lebanon. Like, again, like this is one of the insane aspects of this entire geopolitical saga. It's like Israel. Okay, here are the rules of the conflict. All right, Israel can bomb you as much as they want, but if you retaliate, that's a major escalation. If you at all show any modicum of a retaliation, you know, well, that's an escalation right there. But is it not escalating to like bomb the capital of your country? Is it not escalating to like do a mass untargeted bombing? Like, are these not provocations to war? Are these not just constant for weeks overt acts of war? My God. Your comment got deleted. I guarantee you we do not moderate chat enough for your comment to have gotten deleted by anything other than a chat bot.
Hezbollah has committed itself to keep fighting until the war on Gaza ends.
Netanyahu aim of returning the northern settlers to their homes, which cannot be done without going into this large-scale war. Diplomacy has not been successful, neither with Gaza.
Well, that's because, frankly, Israel doesn't treat Lebanon as if it's an actual state. You know, like, they're just bombing Lebanon, and that's just how it is. That's your new normal, bombing every day.
And it won't be successful with Lebanon as I can see it.
Lebanese officials say this is an unprecedented attack by Israel, and they are disappointed with the position of the Biden administration. It is not strong, and it is not promising, is what the foreign minister here said. There doesn't appear to be a window for diplomacy, at least not yet. Zena Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get...
Yes, go subscribe to Al Jazeera, all right? They do good work. They do good work. But we do need... Let's turn to a little bit of analysis here. This is a really great interview with an expert on the region, Marwan Bishara, again by Al Jazeera. So, you know, we're getting some background here. We're learning.
A political analyst, you're joining us from London. I know you were listening to that speech, Marwan. It's the first UN General Assembly since the Gaza war broke out. And, you know, this platform is like one forum where you can really sort of take the temperature of global public opinion, because world leaders get to come up, all of them, 200 or so world leaders get to come up and talk about issues that matter to them. And we've carried a number of these speeches live. There have been many world leaders, not just in the Middle East, who have chosen to make Israel and Gaza a central part of their speech. And one thing that is noticeable to me is I haven't heard a single one offer a full-throated defense of Israel.
You are absolutely right. It's almost embarrassing for anyone to do that. It's humiliating for them and their people, and they would know that either they would sound stupid or they would think the rest of the world is stupid. And I don't think any world leader would want that. The moral issue of the day is to stop the war. The moral imperative of the day is to stop the slaughter and to end the genocide, is to stop Israel. So no leader is going to come out openly and defend Israel. But still, what stands out from the likes of Macron and Biden and others, that they continue to almost justify the war.
Yeah, no, they're
on the
providing
pretext
diplomatic
of
cover.
October 7, and then they say, well, you know, it's been 12 months, it took too long, maybe it should end now. That's not exactly a moral stand, right? So while they're not defending Israel, they're not actually taking a just and moral position on what just unraveled the past 11 months or 12 months. The second thing is just to the spirit of your question about the first since the war. Right before the war started, in September 2023, if you remember, Cyril, we had Netanyahu lecture the world about the wonder of Israel and its role in the Middle East. And if you remember, he showed up in September.
Most moral army on earth.
Right before the war started, with a map of the Middle East showing Israel at the center of it, while completely erasing Palestine from the map. That was Netanyahu, smug and arrogant and apparently invincible then. Only a few days later, the attack showed him to be vulnerable and humiliated. And then he started to take his revenge against the people of Gaza throughout the year. So a lot of the people who sympathized with the Israelis on October 7, a lot of them who would say we are all Israelis, that kind of language. But as the war unraveled, and as war crimes unraveled, and as genocide unraveled, and as the war on hospitals and children.
Also, if you're wondering, hey, why are they doing this? Why would the settler colonial political movement in Israel want to do this? Well, largely because they do it in the name of creating greater Israel. Essentially, they believe the original borders of the Kingdom of Israel may have been. You know, you might notice here that it includes, you know, Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, a lot of Syria, a bit of Turkey, some of Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, a little bit of Egypt, you know, as a treat.
In school and so on and so forth, unraveled. I think Israel's position became untenable. Defending it, especially at the UN, also became untenable.
Marwan, if I can get you to look at what's happening on the ground. The Israeli military has told troops to get ready for a possible ground operation as of just a few hours ago. We don't know if they're going to do it, but this is what they've said. Last time we heard something like that was before the Israeli military crossed into Gaza a year ago and then proceeded to kill 41,000 people, a majority of whom were women and children, as we now know. It's not a question, it's a statement. You can take this wherever you want.
Well, look, absolutely. You asked me earlier about the lessons of war. And for every Israeli, it was clear of the lessons from the 2006 war and also from the 1982 war, is that both of them, in terms of Israel's land invasion, it was disastrous, not only for Lebanon and for the Palestinians in Lebanon, it was disastrous for Israel. massacres were committed after 1982 invasion, and Israel had to occupy the southern part of Lebanon for 18 years, allowing for the creation of Hezbollah, which it has been at the state of war with ever since. Right? And in 2006, the Israeli land invasion of Lebanon was the most disastrous part of Israel's invasion, not only for Lebanon, but again, for Israel. Israel lost a lot militarily by its land invasion. So the idea that Israel would once again want to invade by land Lebanon, not Gaza, Lebanon, really makes one wonder, what are the Israelis thinking and what is the strategic imperative and objective there?
Yeah, it does make you wonder because, frankly, there's not really anything that would be of huge benefit to Israel here. Like, when I look at this, all I can really come up with is that Benjamin Netanyahu is doing this for self-serving reasons. And, like, his far-right government is doing this for self-serving reasons. And that's it. They're taking advantage of the, the lust for vengeance that has been instilled among the population to further their political careers. And it's, I find it difficult to see any other reason here. That, like, the economy is not doing great as a result. Like, countries don't want to do business in such an unstable region. And, like, frankly, this entire expansionist warmongering is deeply disturbing, to put it mildly.
Two, one also wonders if this is part of a psychological warfare on the part of Israel to ensure or to push Hezbollah to stand down. Because as soon as this is echoed by the likes of President Biden saying an all-out war against Lebanon is possible.
But aren't Israelis protesting because of the economy and safety issues? Some Israelis are protesting because of the economy and safety issues and because of hostages, etc. But, like, we've seen the Israeli people mobilize to do mass protests. We saw it last year when they were protesting against Benjamin Netanyahu's attempt to seize dictatorial power in Israel. Millions of Israelis came out to protest for that, or against that. We're not seeing the same level of protesting against the expansion of this war. A lot of Israelis have just kind of come around to this point of view, this thinking. Mehdi Hassan actually just the other day elevated this piece from the Times of Israel. A 13-year-old girl was suspended from school last week after she expressed concern for Palestinian children in Gaza during a class discussion on Hamas's October 7th massacre, according to Hebrew media reports. According to Channel 12 News, when it was her turn to speak, the girl, a member of the Arab Bedouin community, mentioned that innocent children were killed in Gaza. Quote, "There are hungry children in Gaza. There are children without a home," unquote, she reportedly said during the discussion. Following a heated incident after the class in which dozens of other students cursed the girl and threw things at her, she was suspended for 3 days. That's like that's where people are right now when it comes to Gaza. Like, in Israel, that's where the general population is, you know? Welcome, Raiders. Humanist Report. Thank you so much for the raid. Folks, go follow the Humanist Report. Excellent content creator on Twitch and YouTube. I hope you had a great stream, Mike. Well, yeah, no, we're talking about the imminent seeming invasion of Lebanon. As of an hour ago, reports have started circulating that the Israeli army has given the order to prepare to do a ground invasion. So that's where we're at with that. The Mississippi, of course. October 7th short-circuited a lot of people's brains. True. Hey, Jinmir. That's so fucked. Well, I mean, this is why, like, the other day I did that very, very long deep dive into the longest running English language podcast from Israel. Because I think it shows us a view into where, like, the median Israeli is right now. And frankly, if that's any indicator, it's that they're at a point of absolute insanity. Like, the war has broken their brains. So what is the justification going to be this time? Their justification is going to be the de-Hezbollification of Lebanon. That's going to be their justification. It's already what they're saying. Hey, Prince Seal, how you doing? How you doing, Prince Seal?
Ah, the worms are back. Ah, the worms are back.
How we doing, folks? Also, if this is your first time here, my name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. And I'm a trans lady, she, her, socialist. If you got questions about any of those things, please feel free to ask. I love talking about it. The Humanist Report was the first leftist channel I found after my high school friend introduced me to leftism. Heck yeah! We do love Mike. I need to finish reading his book. If you thought the median American voter is bad, just wait until you meet the median Israeli voter. Yeah, unfortunately. All right, let's finish this. We have like 30 seconds left of this.
You get the sense that perhaps this is part of a psychological warfare against Hezbollah and Lebanon to really put them in a corner and to make sure that there's enough pressure building up around Hezbollah to stand down.
Marwan Bashar, Al Jazeera senior political analyst. Thank you very much.
And to make sure that there's enough pressure building up around Hezbollah to stand down.
But, like, this is what I don't get. I do not get. This is not the first time that they've been saying, oh, yes, we will simply increase the pressure on Hezbollah to stand down. And it's like, it's the largest paramilitary in the world, specifically created to stop Israel from invading. And if they invade, they just recruit like crazy. Are you kidding me? 90,000 civilians were displaced by the bombing. Like, you think that if they're displaced, they've lost their home, they've lost family members, you think they're just gonna, like, leave? A lot of them are gonna join Hezbollah. God. And this is now, like, the second or third time I've, like, an analyst has said, well, you know, the pressure is building for Hezbollah to stand down. They're not going to do that, though. Like, Joe Biden and the State Department have been saying, oh, you know, maybe they'll come to do a deal. They're not going to do that. This guy, even the analyst from Al Jazeera is like, yeah, you know, that the hope is that it's psychological warfare to get them to stand down, but that's not going to work either. They're not going to stand down. It feels like watching a train wreck. It's horrible. And also, this is from a few hours ago as well. Meet the Press doing a little bit of a, oh, hey, yeah, maybe Israel isn't listening to American representatives. A crazy idea, I know. I know. We're all shocked about this.
Welcome back. The UN Security Council is set to meet later this evening to discuss the escalating tensions in Lebanon as Israel appears to be moving toward an expansion of its conflict with Hezbollah. Earlier today, the IDF released this video of one of its leaders visiting troops along Israel's northern border. In the video, he tells soldiers to prepare for a possible ground operation in Lebanon. It comes as Lebanese officials say Israeli airstrikes killed more than 50 people today, a day after the country reported more than 550 deaths. Israel, meanwhile, says it intercepted a missile fired from Lebanon toward Tel Aviv. This is video that appears to show that incident. It would be the first time Hezbollah had targeted Israel's economic hub. NBC News International correspondent Matt Bradley joins me now from Beirut. So, Matt, let's talk about this. There's been a lot of discussion about a ground invasion. Does it now seem inevitable? Where do things stand?
Well, I wouldn't say it seems inevitable, Kristen, but I mean, those language that we've been hearing from the chief of staff of the Israeli military really makes it sound like they are girding for that very possibility in a way that almost looks as though there's no going back. I can't make predictions. And
I mean, I'll stop you right there. They did disperse explosive pagers and walkie-talkies across the entire country and then explode them, wounding thousands of people. Many civilians got injured, children included. Like, they've been bombing the capital. Like 90,000 plus people in like the last 2 weeks have been displaced from their homes in southern Lebanon.
Every time I do, Kristen, I end up with egg on my face, so I'm not going to do that now. We did hear the words possibly and potentially, but we also heard in those same comments, and he was addressing his own rank and file, his own troops in northern Israel. He said, and we use this term, boots on the ground. He said to these troops, put on your boots. Kind of lace up your shoes, put on your boots for these maneuvers. And he described everything about the upcoming operation, not in a tactical way, but he talked about how they will be going into, and he used the word will be, after he used the word perhaps and possibly earlier in his statements, saying that they will be going into villages and towns that have been fortified by Hezbollah.
Oh, yeah, no, Story the Bard, to be very clear, this is a conflict that will fundamentally break Israel as a nation. Like, they are circling the drain of fascism. It's a death cult. It's a death cult mentality that will march the country to its own ruin,
Areas where they're going to be meeting really strenuous resistance, and he said that they will be showing these Hezbollah fighters an example of a professional fighting force. So there is, on some level, both the preparation, and it sounds almost like the will and the desire to go in and execute what could become a blistering operation.
Yeah, the clearest indication.
I mean, look, if they do a ground invasion, it's going to be a blistering operation. There's no easy end to this. Again, they're on much more even footing than invading Gaza, and they're still fighting Hamas in Gaza right now. They're still, it's been almost a year, they're stymied about what to do in the Gaza Strip. You think they're going to do better against a significantly larger and more prepared foe? No, they're not going to do well.
And yet it is a real possibility, that's for sure. And it comes as Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying today to Savannah Guthrie that he is pushing for a temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. Do you have a sense of where those efforts stand?
I mean, we're talking about a ceasefire. We're talking about an American government that no longer has that same kind of traction on the Israeli government that it did maybe even a month ago, maybe even 2 months ago. This is, a decoupling of two of the strongest allies that the world knows right now, the United States and Israel. We're no longer seeing them intact, and we had this on our own NBC News reporting on our website that American officials no longer feel as though Jerusalem is listening to them.
Oh, what tipped you off? Was it the months of Benjamin Netanyahu sneering at U.S. foreign policy? Was that what tipped you off? I can't. What was it? The contempt that the entire Likud party treats the United States diplomatic endeavors? Oh, wow, shocking.
And so in the past, remember, in the early days, when I think I was here in Beirut speaking to you, Kristen, from here, when there were always these indications that the Israelis would be doing the same thing that it looks like they're about to do now, attack forcefully Hezbollah or even move in with a ground invasion. Back then, It was the Biden administration, and this doesn't get nearly enough credit, it was the Biden administration that prevailed upon Netanyahu to step back from the brink and bring Israel away from what could become and what still could become a terrifying region-wide war. It looks as though, from our own reporting again, that the Biden administration no longer has that kind of leverage.
All right, well, Matt Bradley, thank you as always.
Almost like they never really had it in the first place. You know, almost like they were just going along with Netanyahu's plan the entire time.
For your reporting, please continue to stay safe. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for watching.
God. It truly is awful. It's truly, truly awful. And unfortunately, like, things seem to be ramping up in every theater around Israel. Like, for example, there's no reason, right? Like, we've talked a little bit about this. Israel's expanding its operations into the West Bank. There's no reason for Israel to be going into the West Bank and destroying the infrastructure. But that's exactly what they're doing right now. Like, they're just going in there and ripping up the roads. Quite literally ripping up the roads. Oh, I mean, yeah, there are reasons, but the reasons are, you know, to destroy the occupied people there. In case you're like, what the heck is this? It's one of their armored bulldozers. Yeah, Israel looked at the guy who built a killdozer in the United States and said, we got to get ourselves some of these. I mean, it's just an ongoing, unfolding atrocity. I mean, like, guys... This was shocking to me. I came across this while doing some research today. This is from Bloomberg. Gaza reduced to 42 million tons of rubble. What will it take to rebuild? And, like, it's an extensive overview of, like, the damage done across the Gaza Strip. But, like, look at this. This is a visual representation of the debris covering areas of the Gaza Strip. 52,000 tons in this one column alone of debris in an area the size of 2 New York City city blocks. It is truly a scale of destruction that is hard, if not impossible, to comprehend. So far, Israeli airstrikes have left more than 42 million tons of debris across the Strip, according to the UN. That's enough rubble to fill a line of dump trucks stretching from New York to Singapore. Removing it all may take years and cost as much as $700 million. The task will be complicated by unexploded bombs, dangerous contaminants, and human remains under the rubble. Because keep in mind, all of this rubble is mixed with human corpses. Is this the entirety of the Gaza Strip? Yes. The Gaza Strip is not large. It is very small. And, like, even these small piles, right? These small visualizations are 2,000 tons of rubble. And keep in mind, that's $700 million not to rebuild, just to remove the rubble. Just building after building collapsed. By the way, Gaza City, this massive set of destruction. That's where they want to starve and dehydrate the population. Where they literally have nothing. Rebuilding Gaza and the lives of its residents will require a complete overhaul of its entire physical infrastructure and some form of political solution over what a new Gaza will look like. But before any of that can happen, the collection and disposal of all rubble after the war ends will be of paramount importance. Ay, ay, ay. Damaged housing drives cost of Gaza's conflicts. Value of buildings destroyed between October 2023 and January 2024 by sector. $13.3 billion in damages to housing, $500 million to healthcare, almost $500 million to transport, $250 million energy, $500 million for water and sanitation. It is, I mean, there's no comparison. There's just no comparison. Again, the number here is from 2014. We're talking like less than a tenth of the damage, you know? Yeah, the fuck do they even mean to rebuild, right? That's the thing, right? Like, it's too expensive to rebuild and allow Gazans to return home, right? Like, I genuinely, I feel like this is why it's going towards, like, concentration camp rhetoric. Because it's going to be the least expensive option for the Israeli state. I mean, yeah, it's a lot cheaper to house the Gazans, Sam and Moose, if you kill all of them. Yep. That is, yes, yeah. The situation is very dire. Also, this was a very interesting story that I don't know if it got enough attention, but Israeli forces accused of killing their own citizens under the Hannibal directive during October 7th chaos. This was a report from abc.net.au, which I believe is the Australian arm of the reporting. But yeah, basically they got quotes. They got testimonies. They have a lot of evidence that during the chaos of October 7th, a lot of Israeli troops began firing en masse. Yeah, this was a mass Hannibal directive. Again, the Hannibal directive is never to let any Israeli be taken captive. Even if that means shooting the hostage. One former Israeli officer, Air Force Colonel Naf Erez, told the Haaretz podcast the directive was not specifically ordered, but was apparently applied by responding air crews. Panicked, operating without their normal command structure, and unable to coordinate with ground forces, they fired on vehicles returning to Gaza, knowing they were likely carrying hostages. Quote, "This was a mass Hannibal," It was tons and tons of openings in the fence and thousands of people in every type of vehicle, some with hostages and some without, Colonel Erez said. Air Force pilots described to Yedioth Aronot newspaper the firing of tremendous amounts of ammunition on October 7th at people attempting to cross the border between Gaza and Israel. 28 fighter helicopters shot over the course of the day all of the ammunition in their bellies in renewed runs to rearm. We are talking about hundreds of 30-millimeter cannon mortars and Hellfire missiles, reporter Yoav Zaitun said. The frequency of fire at the thousands of terrorists was enormous at the start, and only at a certain point did the pilots begin to slow their attacks and carefully choose their targets. So, yeah, tank officers have also confirmed they applied their own interpretations of the directive when firing on vehicles returning to Gaza, potentially with Israelis on board. Quote, my gut feeling told me that they, soldiers from another tank, could be on them, Tank Captain Bar Zonshin told Israel's Channel 13. Captain Zonshin is asked, quote, so you might be killing them with that action? They are your soldiers. Right, he replied. But I decided that this is the right decision, that it is better to stop the kidnapping, that they won't be taken. Yeah. Investigative journalist Ronan Bergman wrote for Yedioth Aronot newspaper that the military had enacted the Hannibal directive at midday on October 7th. The IDF instructed all of its fighting units in practice to follow the Hannibal directive, although without clearly mentioning this explicit name, he said. The instruction is to stop at all costs any attempt by Hamas terrorists to return to Gaza using language very similar to the original Hannibal directive, despite repeated assurances by security establishment that the procedure had been canceled. 70 vehicles were destroyed by Israeli aircraft and tanks to prevent them from being driven into Gaza, killing everyone inside. It's not clear at this point how many of the abductees were killed due to the activation of the Hannibal directive on October 7th. Yeah, it goes on to describe a tank being ordered to fire on a house that had hostages inside. An IDF helicopter appeared above us. At some point, that helicopter shot at the terrorists, the driver, and the others. There was screaming in the wagon. Miss Dekel Chen said one woman, her friend, Efrat Katz, was shot and killed. Again, by the IDF. Yeah, in Kibbutz Be'eri, where 101 Israeli civilians died, a tank was ordered to fire upon at least one house after a prolonged firefight with around 40 Hamas gunmen who'd been holding 15 hostages inside and outside. So, again, in this one instance, in this one location where 101 Israelis were killed, 15 of those Israelis were killed by the IDF. It was the two survivors from the house who revealed that the Israeli military had fired on the house. Like, my God. 3 of Mr. Shifrani's relatives were killed in Pesi's house while he was hiding on the other side of the kibbutz with his wife and children. There are a few others that we still don't know and may never know what exactly killed them, he said. I think this is a good point. Good point. I think the real question, the moral question, is whether it's right. It's the right thing to do to fire tank shells on a house with hostages, even though it's selective shooting. I think it was not the right decision, not a good decision, and not moral. But I can also understand this. There was great chaos in Bay Area, and there was a lot of pressure to end the event there. I think they didn't intend to shoot and to kill hostages, but when you shoot a tank shell on a house, you need to take into account that that is likely to happen. Yeah, when you shoot a tank shell into a house, I need to make this very clear. If you shoot a gigantic explosive into a house that you know has over a dozen civilians inside, those civilians are going to die. It's not rocket science. Well, I mean, as long as it's a selective tank shelling. Are you kidding me? Like, even the guy who lost family members in that house is like, well, I mean, I don't think they tried to kill family members or anything, but they did fire a tank shell into the house, and that's probably going to kill them. And, like, yeah, they know that. They drive the tanks. They know what the tank shells can do. Of course, the IDF did look into this and cleared itself of all wrongdoing, so, you know, whatever. But we are on the precipice. We are staring down the barrel of Israel kind of crossing a point of no return with the region. Like, once they invade Lebanon, like, it's basically, you know, anything goes. It would not surprise me if Iran upped its support in some very tangible way. Crossing the Rubicon? Yeah, point of no return. It would be really nice for sanity to return to Israel, but I feel we are a long way off from that point. God help the people in Lebanon. So, folks, we've been going for over an hour now. I'm not going to say if you enjoyed that content, but if you found it fascinating, interesting, held your attention, maybe got a couple chuckles with some of my throwaway jokes, but please consider hitting the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and please consider dropping some subs or donos. We did a 5-hour stream earlier, and I'm not gonna like complain. I like doing my job, but one of the least donoed streams in a very long time. I hope I'm doing a good job with the content. You do make me chuckle. I'm glad. I feel like I have a soundboard for this, and I had a huge brain fart, so now I've just awkwardly looked at my soundboard for like a minute.
Whoopsie!
There we go, salvaged it. It started at 3 a.m. I know that. Oh, Fox
Beep
Girl
boop.
Zoe.
3.
Beep boop to you as well. Thank you for the $5 dono. Nice Mechagodzilla. I love Godzilla movies. I love them so much, and I really like the retro design of Mechagodzilla. I find it so fun. He's basically like a gigantic beer keg with legs. It reminds me a bit of like the Star Wars Gonkbot, but if it had a lizard head, and I like that. See ya, OS Crane. Although OS Crane... I did want to reward you guys. I don't know if it's a reward, so maybe you know, go about your business. Whew. I'm gonking here. I like to imagine the gonk bot with like a bit of an Italian accent.
Up the BWA and let's help out Jack.
Yo! Guys! Ashley, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Hell yeah.
Huge brain fart.
Salmon Moose!
How can we all have died at the same time?
Let's go! Is there a new Mechagodzilla movie out? No, but I wish there was. Hey, I'm gonking here!
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. End the occupation. End the ethnic cleansing. End the genocide.
Hell yeah. Forlorn79, thank you for the $5 dono. And solidarity forever with our...
One stream was too late for me, another during work. But home and present now, so a $5 as recompense for the suffering of having to see Charlie Kirk be like that.
Oh, God.
BWAA2.
Quiet Kitsune, thank you for the $5 dono. And yeah, Charlie Kirk was such a soul-crushing experience. And I got to do it with Surus, so like it's not like I was alone. We got to make some good jokes and good points together. But like that was only 20 minutes of like a 90-minute long thing. Like my God. My God. Now, folks, I have a fun treat for you guys. There is a new Matt Orchard video out. And as many of you know, I really like Matt Orchard's Crime and Society videos. Okay? I like it a lot. We're gonna watch it. That's not dogs. You know what? You're right. That isn't dogs. Here, let me get a dogs. I will get 1 dogs for you. Here we go. Oh my God, that's so loud. Here.
I finally finished paying off my artist, so I have some spare cash this month. Stay safe, Jack and chat, and don't forget your meds.
Distron, thank you for the $10 dono and for the reminder to take my meds. My goodness, thank you very much. I'm deaf now. I'm so sorry. That was so loud. Okay. Here. Look at this. Look at these little guys. Look at them. Look at them. Look at how cute they are.
A woof. Late night dog back at it again to feed the donor ghost Yuvia.
Yuvia. Canon Lefebvre. Thank you for the $20 super chat. I very much appreciate it. Look at these useful little low guys. These long dogs. Look at them. They're so cute. And they're just so tiny. Look at them. Babbies. Oh, baby. They just want to do their best in a world that is much bigger than them. Ugh. Puppies. Forgot to do your estrogen shot? Ah, there we go. I knew one of you hadn't taken your meds. Okay. Also, because I just saw the Mechagodzilla comments in Twitch chat, we did get a Godzilla 0. Like Godzilla -0 was one of the top 10
By Jack
movies.
Small Dog Chat.
Trains and bullshit. Thank you for the $5 dono. And yes, please buy me a small puppy. What is this?
The Dono Ghosts say donate or ill steal your bones. Oh,
it's the Dono Ghost. Oh, Paladin, your puppy is getting so big. So big and happy. Babby. Oh, yeah, you guys, go watch Godzilla -0 if you haven't, okay? It is legitimately like a jaw-dropping film from start to finish, okay? It might even make you cry. It might make you cry. And remembering that Godzilla -0 exists, or Godzilla -1, sorry, yeah. Godzilla -1. Makes me just want so badly a
The most important account
Mechagodzilla
on TikTok.
set in that world. The most important account on TikTok? Lily Love Stuff, thank you for the $5 dono. What is this? Or is this Bodega Cats? Oh, is she taking us to meet Bodega Cats?
Oh, space that. I heard there was a delicious shop cat in here. Let's go check it out. Where's that kitty cat? Wow, this is big. Look at her. Look at her.
She's so cute. Like, the host is so cute. Oh my god.
Over there, sleeping on the job. Little kitties. That's me when someone tried to wake me up, for real.
Simcoe, she's a very special girl. We got her 6 years ago. Simcoe is a type of hop varietal. Hops are ingredients that go into beer, and Simcoe is one of our favorite hop varietals, so she's named after that. During COVID, she really just started to control the brewery. So she runs the place.
She's the boss, so she's the boss.
Oh, so I should be fearful of the cat.
You want to respect Simcoe, you know what I'm saying?
Managing from over there.
Exactly.
I think he manages the place.
She.
Oh, well, even better.
So you see a rat, you know how to hunt? You know how to hunt? Whoa. She can walk. How do you feel about Simcoe?
Oh, she's my girl. She's like my...
Okay. Yeah, go watch the rest of the channel. Go. Godzilla -1 is really good and legitimately scary. True. Came home very eepy. I understand. I've been eepy for weeks. But yeah, like a Mecha Godzilla -1 would be so cool. Anyway. Well, Archangel the Cop, you're actually here just in time for us to go over the Mad Orchard video. New Mad Orchard video, everybody! Huzzah! Let's go! Once more into the breach, my friends. This time, to react to a true crime video produced by a very entertaining man.
Ooh yeah, time for a new Patreon plug.
All Mocha supporters get access to exclusive creator commentaries and other occasional bonuses like a recent hour-plus vlog on the Apple River case. All for just $2. And high rollers who want to cough up...
Who's Matt Orchard? He does, he runs a channel called Matt Orchard Crime and Society where he talks about, crime.
Up 5 clams get to watch feature videos a bit earlier than everyone else. Enjoy the video, kids.
Pigs are like dogs. If you put a bunch of food out for a dog, it will eat all the food. If you put a bunch of food out for a cat, when the cat is full, it quits. Yeah. If you put out a bunch of food for a pig, it will eat it until it can't eat anymore.
They don't know. They're pigs.
Yes.
They just, it's instinct, right?
Yes, yes.
But we as people know that food for pigs is not a person.
Right.
What?
We as people do indeed know this. In fact...
What a surreal day to have on the job as a police officer.
The notion that food for pigs is not a person is so widely accepted and deeply ingrained in the collective human psyche that it just about always goes unsaid. So in the extremely rare instance that someone does say it, as Detective Eric Henderson just has to Susan Monica, it's natural for...
She may have fed people to pigs. We don't know. I'm not making any judgments here. I don't know if she's guilty or not. But how dare you assume that only men can feed people to pigs, okay? You know, Girl Boss may have broken the glass ceiling on feeding people to pigs, okay? And I think we need to celebrate her achievement.
One to wonder, why on earth did he just say that? Much like the statement itself, the story behind it is pretty straightforward, though far from normal. Susan Monica owned a farm in Weimar, Oregon, and she would often hire handymen, usually transients, to help out around the place.
Oh boy.
One of them was a 56-year-old man named Robert Haney, who began living and working on the farm sometime in 2013. In September of that same year, however, people stopped hearing from Robert. When you're a bit of a nomad like Robert was, though, it can take a while after you cease communications for anyone to notice that something might be amiss. So it wasn't until January of 2014 that Haney's son contacted Jackson County Police to report his father's disappearance. Naturally, they paid Susan Monica a visit, her being the last known person to have had regular contact with Robert. According to Susan, Robert had been in a rage when he left last September, leaving his camper residence in a state behind him. Though frankly the entire farm was in disrepute, so it didn't exactly look out of place. At this preliminary stage of the investigation, there was no glaring reason for authorities to disbelieve Susan's story. But it was as they were going to leave and passing by her pig pen that she made an offhand comment that caused their ears to perk up a little bit. Without prompting, Susan Monica stated that she was currently trying to obtain a government grant to conduct research on how pigs consume human bodies.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding, dog? Yeah, you know, I just, you know, I really like the idea that she aced like the entire police interview, and at the very last minute it's like, man, I had a really easy time feeding this these pigs human flesh. You know how it is, right, officer? You know, pigs, am I right? A lot of eating of human flesh. You know, maybe we could get a government grant to figure that out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, anyway, a lot of human flesh around here. Just feeding the pigs the human flesh. Ha. Ha. What is this?
Hope this is not a bad moment.
6 pieces, 16 pigs. See.
They found that remark strange.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, did the police, police might not be the brightest of the entire bunch of society, right? But if you start talking about how, anyway, the pigs on this farm where that guy went missing, they're really keen on human flesh, and I'd love to see them eat more human flesh. You know, they're gonna pick up on that.
And during a follow-up interview a few days later, they also found it strange when Susan, again without prompting, told them that she would regularly threaten to murder her neighbors and feed them to her pigs.
Dude, are you kidding? You could have gotten Susan. They didn't think it was you, and then you just couldn't stop talking about how, yeah, I love threatening to kill people and feed them to my pigs. What's wrong with you? Like, the entire time were you like, okay, Susan, don't talk about how you love threatening to kill people and feed them to your pigs, okay? Don't do that, Susan.
Moth report. Good news, a moth graduated today.
Irascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. But like, okay, Susan, you're not gonna mention how much you love the idea of feeding your pigs human flesh. You are not gonna do that today, Susan. No. You're gonna look them in the eye and you're gonna say internally, I did not feed that man to the pigs. And I certainly do not make it a habit to routinely threaten to kill people and then feed them to my pigs. I didn't do that. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. Okay. Walks into the interview. What do you like to do for fun, Susan? I love threatening to kill people and feed them to my... damn it. I mean,
I'm a riverboat jackaholic and I don't want a cure. You keep me informed better than pretty much anyone else. The only other streamer I can even compare to you is Dusty Smith.
Well, Mr. Anderson, thank you for the $20 super chat, and also thank you for finding value in my content. I'm glad you're enjoying it. We're taking a little bit of a break from, I guess, horrific current events, and instead looking at horrific past events. But it makes it a little bit easier to digest, I think. Thank you so goddamn much. I truly appreciate you, Mr. Anderson, holding down the YouTube chat.
Though while she thought the pigs would likely be up to the task, it probably wouldn't be a good idea from a nutritional standpoint.
Oh, I thought the end of the quote was, I threatened to kill everybody and feed them to my pigs. But you continued for like an entire paragraph about the health benefits or lack thereof of human flesh to pigs.
Paraphrasing a little bit, but that was the gist of it. Not long after that encounter, authorities discovered that Haney's food stamp card had recent activity on it. Activity that Susan Monaco would admit was her own.
Susan. Susan. You're being investigated. Susan, you're being investigated for murder, and you keep talking about how you want to kill people and feed them to your pigs, and now you're using the food stamp card of the dead guy that you know they're investigating. Susan, you're like the worst criminal of all time.
This, combined with her previous off-color statements and other discoveries we'll get to in due course, was
There are more? I feel like this is pretty open and shut at this point.
Enough for Susan to be placed under arrest and taken into the police station for questioning.
You don't want the sandwich?
Not at the moment.
All right.
And I don't want my pants either, but since I shit in my pants...
Susan. Susan, what the hell? Susan, why? Why are you like this?
without you being able to wipe my ass here.
So,
Detective Henderson quite rudely neglects to offer Susan the use of the station's toilet, likely because he believes there are more pressing matters at hand. He goes over some of the verbiage in the search warrant at Susan's request, because she believes any technical inaccuracies with it.
Susan is literally Zach Oyama's defendant. Oh, God. Can I... We have the... Yeah, here we go.
Zach and...
Maybe I'll just play the audio.
A defendant stupidly interrupting his lawyer's closing remarks.
Ladies and
so
gentlemen
good.
of the jury, over the past 4 days, you have seen state's prosecutor
Maybe I can throw this up.
attempt to
It's so good.
effectively bamboozle you with a series of hearsay arguments and loose speculative evidence, placing my client near the scene of the crime during the time of the murder. You are tasked to consider the evidence and whether it proves beyond a reasonable doubt whether my client is guilty. Is my client a perfect man? No.
I killed him, yeah.
Did I fuck up?
Zach and...
It's so good. But yeah, that's basically Susan in a nutshell here.
Within it will void whatever discoveries it might produce, a contention which Henderson also completely ignores.
Also, yes, P.S. Go watch Game Changer. It's the only channel on YouTube I subscribe and pay money to see their exclusive content, okay? Take that as you know, a stamp of approval from Riverboat Jack.
They put it in any and all information.
A Jack stamp, if you will. And that is such an old reference that it predates me being, like, a lady. So, you know, if any of you get that, you are truly deep into the Jack lore.
Information received in a warrant that's not correct is not.
Well, you know that I was talking to you about Robert Haney's Oregon Trail card, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And we talked about how, a little bit already, about how he had given you permission, you said, to use the Oregon Trail card.
I mean, he might have given you permission to use that card, but maybe don't use it after he died.
3.5 months ago.
Something.
Somewhere like that.
Before he disappeared.
Right.
When he left, I didn't think he needed. I didn't think about the card. Okay. But you mentioned him needing food. I figured if he had gone to Ashland and was working, he had money to buy food.
When did this working in Ashland thing come up?
Well, I don't know if it was actual working or not.
Okay. And you had mentioned something before about Robert saying that his daughter had been raped.
Yes, he mentioned that several times, mostly when, you know, he got really drunk.
Did he say he was going to go to Ashland to work?
Sort of.
Susan paints herself as only having a vague insight into what Robert's reasons for leaving might have been, and what his state of mind was. But the general idea she seems to be trying to convey is that he may have travelled to Ashland with plans of ultimately avenging his daughter's rape. When he left his food stamp card behind, she just didn't think much about using it here and there. He'd left all his stuff behind, including his dog, so she just assumed he'd be coming back eventually.
So what do you think happened to Robert?
The only thing that made any sense to me, after a couple of months had gone by and I had talked to the son, which...
Jesse?
No.
Robert Jr.?
No.
Bobby?
I talked to...
Robert Jr., yeah.
Robert, okay. Bobby. I talked to Bobby, and like I said, this was a month after I had seen him last.
Mm-hmm.
A month, maybe more. When Bobby had told me that his sister usually got a call a couple times a week, that was when I first kind of thought in the back of my head somewhere that if he and...
You know, after a while, I started to think that really there was only one logical possibility, that someone out there, not me, but someone had, killed him. and chopped them up into pieces and fed them to pigs. Not my pigs, not me, but someone. The only logical explanation.
He went to take care of business, you know, with the rape thing, that he might have gotten the short end of the stick.
Mr. Malachite, Elaine
and then
is
when
a
they
lovely
came out
person.
last week, they said they thought he was dead. And I'm saying, you know, I didn't say out loud, but I'm thinking to myself, well, if you think your father is dead, why didn't you do something about this months ago?
I mean, if you think your father's dead, find his body and feed him to my pigs, you know what I'm saying? It's what he would have wanted. Susan Monica, a machine for pigs. Amnesia the Dark Descent, but way, way stupider.
Why didn't you call?
Well, I had no reason to call him.
But he lives on your property for a long time, and he never came back.
Susan doesn't have any real answer for this, beyond that she just didn't think alerting authorities to Robert's sudden, unexplained, and ultimately month-plus-long disappearance was her responsibility. It's not a terribly convincing excuse, but ultimately whether or not Susan has a convincing story is neither here nor there in this case, in light of a discovery police made earlier in the morning during a preliminary sweep of her property.
Oh, they are okay. They already know about the pig thing.
That appears to be possibly human, but
Oh God.
further examination, obviously, appears to be an ankle, foot,
Oh my God.
knee joint.
Susan, we found a leg by your house. We found a leg right next to your place.
A leg?
A human leg next to your place.
I said clams, steamed clams.
I think it might be Robert.
Don't know.
Who could it be?
No idea.
Oh God, this is one of the strangest Who could it be? I don't know. Could be anybody's leg. Anyone could walk through there.
I guess I should ask where it was. If it was down there by his trailer.
No. It was right next to your place.
Susan said she'd give him work, but it would cost him an arm and a leg.
Oh, God damn, very knifey duck.
Perfect.
But also, like, this does read to me like it has the comedic timing of steamed hams, right? Like,
Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Aurora Borealis?
Aurora Borealis. At
That's-
this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen.
That's what this interaction feels like to me. What is this show? This is Matt Orchard, Crime and Society. I highly recommend the channel. I love every single video he's done. Very, very good channel. Go check it out. Go subscribe. Go like the video, etc. But one of my favorite channels. I will never not hype up Matt Orchard.
Just a few feet from your place.
I don't know then. If it were down by his trailer, he might have fallen down the hill or something. But if it was up at my place, I don't know.
Do you think it's kind of strange?
Oh my God!
I believe the detective has a leg up on Susan Monica in this interrogation. BWA.
We are all bad people. Paladin, thank you for the 20 gifted tier 1 subs. bringing that BWA energy into this stream today. My God.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins inside, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
We found the leg several feet away. Are you sure it wasn't just 1 foot? It really does read like a comedic sketch here. Like, do you think it's kind of strange that we found a foot so close to your house? No. Why? My house has many feet. You know, it's around 1,200 square feet, in fact.
Strange that there's a leg right next to your place?
Very.
Does it concern you?
Yes.
Do you think it might be Robert?
It could be, but I can't understand why. I can't understand how it would get there, because I can't see him.
I can't understand why those pigs wouldn't have eaten it by now.
Having an accident up by my place.
What's your best reasoning for how it got there?
Just, okay, wait. Your attempt at salvaging this is, oh yeah, he must have had a whoopsie doodle and lost his leg near your house in a freak accident. You know how people just randomly have freak accidents near your house, Susan, and lose their legs? It's a dime
I
a
wouldn't
dozen.
say the detective is going out on a limb with this line of questioning.
Oh God! Like I feel like every single time Susan opens her mouth, the interrogator's just like, hold it, hold it. That's contradictory.
Coyote?
For clarification, Susan isn't floating the idea that a rabid coyote murdered Robert, tore him to pieces, and scattered him across her farm. She's more going for the angle that Robert might have returned to the property at some point, met some horrible fate somewhere not as incriminating as her front doorstep, and then after being torn to pieces by means currently unknown, a coyote may have moved his leg close to her place.
Yes, a foolproof play. Brilliant, Susan. There's no comeback from this.
Detective Henderson still has his reservations.
When I told you that there was a leg by your place, your expression didn't change. It doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal.
By the way, just in case any of you are, ever, into pig farming and you get called in by your local police department to answer a few questions, make sure you bring a lawyer, okay? Under no circumstances should you be in an interrogation room like this and not have a lawyer with you. Like, again, what is the #1 rule of interacting with cops? Remember, chat, we've gone hard on this. What is the #1 rule? Pew pew askew. True. First message in chat and you nailed it. Don't talk to the cops. That's right. You shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. It is a God-given right of yours to shut the fuck up. Okay? Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Because you might be thinking, oh, well, if you're innocent, you can chit-chat with the police, it'll be fine. You're innocent. They would never do something dishonest, like try and put an innocent person in prison or even allow an innocent person to sit on death row for years before executing him for no reason. The last 24 hours have been absolutely disgusting. But let's see if I can bring this up here. Also, I just want to let you guys know on a similar note, we will be talking about Mayor Adams and what's going on there, because Eric Adams' entire mayoral position is eroding very quickly. But we'll be talking about that tomorrow.
I mean,
I think this is it.
I mean, you all know what my lesson is for this. This seems like the most obvious one. Shut the fuck up. Don't talk to the police. Who's your son? Don't fucking tell him a name. This is why you can't even tell them anything, okay? Nothing. Well, I just gave him the make and model of my car. Shut the fuck up. Shut it. Shut it. Zit. Do you have any sons? I'm not talking to you unless my lawyer's here. I'll tell you that. Slam. Do you have a warrant? Slam. Kevin Albright, who's a senior in college, turned himself in, acknowledging to Officer Oliver, that he had been in Macomb on the day of the alleged offense, but denied any involvement in drug trafficking. Again, this is where you shut the fuck up. When you turn yourself in, bring a lawyer with you. You don't say a word. Shut the fuck up. Stop talking to the police by yourself. I'm innocent. I don't need a lawyer. You're innocent. You do need one. That is when you need one. That is when you need one. The most. Everyone, guilty and innocent, needs one, but god damn it. The police are not paid to prove you innocent. Get it through your heads. It is so untied, by the way. Oh, if you're watching on YouTube right now, anyone sprinting over there to try to catch a nip slip, sorry. You're gonna have to check back next time.
Reb is great. I really like her content. You all should go check out Reb Massel. I think I'm pronouncing that name right. Probably not. Excellent content creator. Breaks down a lot of legal stuff. My U.S. history and politics professor was a lawyer and made the whole class watch a video of a lawyer talking about how you don't ever tell the cops anything. He was great. Yeah, no, don't ever tell the cops anything without a lawyer present. Their job is literally to put people in prison, not to prove people innocent. Who's that? Here, I found her YouTube channel. Here you go. Go check it out. Good stuff. I fantasize about killing people and stuffing them into the spare tire compartment of my SUV. We found a leg in the spare tire compartment of your SUV. I have no idea how that got there. Yeah, keep in mind, by this point in the interrogation, they already know that she's repeatedly threatened to kill people and feed them to her pigs, because she offered that completely unprompted.
Yeah, it is.
Susan sort of illustrated Detective Henderson's point with her response to it. Is Susan's affect inappropriately flat for someone who's just learned a human leg has been discovered on her property?
Yeah, it is.
Well, certainly if I found a leg by my house, I'd be freaked out.
Well, I'm not freaked out, but
I mean, maybe you should be?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Maybe you should be a bit freaked out.
Very surprised. And the other thing is, like I say, that warrant's no good because it's written up wrong. And if you did...
Oh, well, the warrant... Yeah, you may have found a human leg on my property, but you know what? That warrant is incorrect, so I'll be taking my human leg and leaving. That human leg is evidence.
All right, chat. Sing along if you know the words.
That belongs to me.
You put your left leg in. You take your left leg out. You put your left leg in and you shake it all about.
The next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead.
Very knifey duck, thank you for the $5 dono.
Did find a leg, it's immaterial evidence anyway.
Oh, bitch. Oh, my good bitch. Oh, my good bitch.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, you may have found a leg, but because that warrant I saw is written up wrong, I've checkmated you in the marketplace of ideas. I'll be taking that leg and leaving now. I love her pathetic attempt to like lawyer her way out while not being a lawyer and also being the dumbest person alive. Yeah, you may have found a leg belonging to the victim, but that's immaterial evidence. That's fruit from the rotten tree.
It's hard to know precisely what Susan means by that in this moment. She's probably making reference to clerical errors in the warrant. In her eventual appeals, she winds up being convicted, by the way. The warrant...
Oh man, is she gonna turn out to be a sovereign citizen? That would be the best twist to this, is that she did the murder because she's a sovereign citizen and she believed he was infringing on her personal freedoms. And now she's gonna represent herself in court. That would be the top 10... Oh yeah, no, Susan absolutely did this. Yeah.
Will still be a point of contention.
Yeah, also, like, I will say, Mr. Malachite, you bring up a really good point about, like, autistic people having very flat intonations and affects, and how that can really backfire in the legal system when people are investigating you, because it can make you seem more suspicious if you don't, like, have vocal reactions to things, right? Neurotypical people view that as a bit suspicious or off-putting. And so, I just want to say, if you are autistic, you absolutely get a lawyer.
To the previous message, that's what it's all about.
Pluvius, thank you for the $5 dono. That's true. That is what it's all about. But yeah, if you're autistic, it goes doubly for you. You need a lawyer, okay? Before you talk to the police.
Though, what she'll wind up arguing is that because the original investigation was in regards to identity theft, the use of Robert's food stamp card, searching the wider property as opposed to just Robert's living quarters, for instance, was outside the scope of that investigation.
But they were investigating your use of the card because that was part of the larger investigation into his murder. Because that's like one of the number one that's one of the number one ways they investigate a murder. If like one of the person who was murdered's like credit cards gets used, they go and see who has that card.
If the search hadn't been excessively broad, they wouldn't have found the leg. Therefore, the discovery of the leg is illegitimate and can't be used as evidence against Susan.
Man, that is some real 45 head moves here.
This is a concept known as fruit of the poisonous tree.
Hey, I even referenced that. Good job, me.
And it's an interesting one, but the courts wound up finding it didn't come close to applying in this case, and that's probably why her original lawyers didn't even try to argue it. Police had reason enough to believe evidence of identity theft could have been uncovered anywhere on the farm, and the warrant did in fact give them authority to do so. Once the leg was discovered, they were of course also entitled to broad...
Shah Maniacal the Shamanite. They found the victim's leg right next to her house. Like it's not just that she used his food stamps card. His leg was right next to her house.
Broadened the scope of their initial investigation from identity theft to homicide. After finally letting Susan have a bathroom break and giving her something to eat, Detective
She
Eric
did
Fox,
shit her
who's been
pants,
sitting
too.
silently in the corner this entire time, joins in the questioning, trying to impress upon Susan where this investigation will inevitably be heading.
Obviously, there's a human leg there.
Yeah, after one of the very first things she told police was that she wanted to do research on how effectively pigs eat human flesh. And then the very first thing she told them in this interview was that she constantly threatens to kill everyone in her life and feed them to her pigs. Like, she 1000% did this from, like, the jump, from, like, the get-go.
Okay, it's
Possibly, yes.
Well, it's human.
I'm still not.
It's human, I can guarantee you that.
Okay.
Okay. And it's some.
Well, maybe you misidentified the leg. Are we sure it's human? Could be a could be a Sasquatch. Have you considered that?
What decomposed? I mean, it's been around for a while. Obviously, it came from a person. So,
well, that's like I said, the only logical explanation I would have is if it were somewhere other than in the pig pen.
Right.
Dead domain. Welcome, Raiders. We are watching a Matt Orchard Crime and Society video. One of my favorite YouTubers. I'm just gonna share the link in chat here. And we're going over what might very well be one of the dumbest criminals I've ever heard of in my life. We're having a good time. Just to recap for folks, this is about a woman named Susan Monica who had a temporary worker at her farm, and that temporary worker went missing. And when police came to investigate, they walked around her farm, and as they were leaving, apropos of nothing, she said, "Man, I'm really looking into getting a research grant to see whether or not it's healthy to feed pigs human flesh. Anyway, goodbye." And then she used the missing man's food stamps card, which caused the police to come back with a warrant. And they found a human leg on her property. And when they brought her in to do an interrogation, the very first thing she said was that she constantly is threatening to kill everyone she knows and feed them to pigs. And also she shat her pants. And now the police are confronting her with the knowledge that, hey, we found this guy's human leg by your house. How do you explain that? And it's not going very well, guys. Is this true crime? Yes. It's not going well.
That a coyote
Is this real?
might have
Yes.
some animal or whatever.
Well, I don't know any other animal.
So a coyote may have taken the leg and brought it near my house. So any animal. Well, I don't know any other animal. I mean, I only know pigs, but a pig would never move a human leg closer to my house. JCS. This channel did arise from JCS stopping video production, but it's not JCS. It's Matt Orchard Crime and Society. Very good channel. Highly recommend. Go check it out. Go subscribe. Give it a like.
But my only explanation would be a coyote. I can't think of...
Are there mountain lions up there?
There have been, but...
Yeah, but that's rare, right?
Yes.
So, what do you believe our next step in this investigation is going to be?
We found a human leg on your property, and the second we brought that up, you said that our warrant was wrong, and that the finding of a human leg next to your house was immaterial to the case. I just...
Well, I would say go look in the pig pen and see if you find any more parts, and especially clothing.
Where else would...
Dude, why? This is why you need a lawyer, okay? This is why you need a lawyer. You need a lawyer to make sure that you don't blurt out to the cops, hey, I think you'd probably go to the pig pen and look for any scraps of clothing or human remains that are still there. What's wrong with you? Guys, this is like the equivalent of like a starting case from an Ace Attorney game, where it's like the tutorial level that's just teaching you how to use the mechanics. This is so open and shut. It's ridiculous. So many unforced errors.
Would we look, do you think? Do you think we would look other places too?
Just to be clear, the police are basically realizing that she is so dumb, they're like, where do you think we would look next? And she's basically then just going on to describe the different areas she did the crimes in. Are you kidding me?
It's interesting that Susan is zoning in on the pig pen. No one else has explicitly floated the idea of Robert meeting his fate in there, and the leg was discovered outside the pen. Though in fairness, there is a rather finite amount of ways someone can wind up in that state. Anyway, the gist of what Susan's stance is right now seems to be, a coyote could have moved the leg from anywhere to where you found it, except from inside the pig pen, because coyotes wouldn't want to mess around with pigs. And in terms of where the police should look for the rest of Robert, maybe try the pig pen. This is self-contradictory, which means they're making progress.
Say there is a bullet hole in him. Say there is a mark that is from a sharp instrument. We can...
She had a lawyer, but the pigs got him. Oh, no.
But I killed him by his house. Why would his leg be by my house?
Veronica B., thank you for the $5 super chat. I remember hearing about a burglar who got caught because he returned to his victim's house later to ask her out. Oh, God, dude.
Analyze that mark and actually see what metal is in there and the particles and compare that to anything that somebody may have in their home or in their possession.
Yes.
And we clearly want to make sure that that happens. And we need to know if you have any knowledge of anything that happened to him, that now would probably be the time to tell us.
Also, if you're, again, this is why you need a lawyer, because otherwise they're just going to say, this is the time you should tell us everything that happened. And like, no, you know what you do? When you shut the fuck up until you get a lawyer. That's what you do. I really cannot emphasize enough. Don't talk to the police without a lawyer, okay? I've played so many clips already, but okay? Hey, guys, we need to go to the classic, all right? We need to go to the classic.
Mark and Craig, Pop Brothers at Law. It's Shut the Fuck Up Friday.
No, we're not gonna do a video with that guy in it. Fuck that guy. Here. Here we go.
Mark and Craig, Pop Brothers at Law, as promised, how to get pulled over. You're driving along, minding your own business, and suddenly you see those lights come up behind you, and you get a little nervous and shaky. You need to immediately pull over to the right as soon as it is safe and clear. Use your blinker. You don't want to get caught for not using your blinker as well. Pull over to the side of the road. Turn your engine off and make sure your windows roll down just enough to pass your documents through, license, insurance, and registration. Keep your hands on the steering wheel. Make sure the officer knows where your hands are at all times. And when he comes up on you and asks you anything, that's when you're going to start in with the script. But it's very important that you keep your license, insurance, and registration nearby. We recommend right up on the visor in the little slot that's there, so you can pull it. He always knows where your hands are. Don't reach for anything, and we will continue with more info. Mark and Craig, Pop Brothers at Law, part 2 of how to get pulled over. You want to keep your license, insurance, and registration where you can get it easily. If it's not up on your visor, keep it in your wallet or your purse. Keep those items in the center console. Take your hands from the steering wheel. Let the officer know, hey, I'm reaching for my ID. It's right over here in my wallet, in my purse. Move slowly, get it, hand it over to him. Most likely he's going to say, do you know why I pulled you over? And what are you going to say?
Why'd you pull me over?
You don't want to admit, I was speeding, I ran a red light. They want to try to trap you into admitting that. Then he's going to start asking questions, and then what do you say?
I'm not discussing my day, sir.
And then when they ask more questions, what do you say?
Am I being detained or am I free to go?
And if detained, what do you say?
I say I invoke the fifth.
And then what do you do?
I shut the fuck up.
Right, you don't tell the cops to shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. Stay tuned. We're going to teach you how to get detained, and if detained, and how to get arrested, and the protocol for that in the next tip tomorrow. Tip of the day. Mark and Craig, Pop Brothers at Law, part 3 of how to get pulled over. Where we left off, you were being detained. You'd already invoked the fifth. The cop said you're being detained, you get out of the car, lock the door, shut it, and then you comply with the cop's commands. Keys in your pocket. Put your hands behind your back, get on the ground. Whatever he asks you to do, that's what you're going to do. Remember, if...
Well, actually, no, this isn't sovereign citizen ass, okay? This is how, like, our actual legal system works. Like, a cop can definitely arrest you for doing all of this and ruin your day. But this is what absolutely protects you from being completely fucked over by the cops deciding to pin something on you. Okay? This is all solid advice. They are, however, lawyers that represent marijuana companies, so they are smoking some joints.
He says,
and be respectful the whole time.
and if he says, why can't you cooperate, just answer a few questions, answering questions is not cooperating. So you just shut the fuck up, and you let them arrest you if that's what they're going to do.
And if you have to repeat, I'm not discussing my day or evening, you just keep repeating that nicely and politely and respectfully.
And always be calm with the cops. Let them be the aggressor. Then they're going to take you into the station. They're going to try to intimidate you and still get you to cop. And in California, when they try to do that field sobriety test on you, touch your nose, that's voluntary. You don't have to do it. If you get taken into the station, you have to do blood, breath, or urine, or they'll take your license for a year. That's the tip of the day.
That's true. But yeah, a lot of that is advice to help you deal with, like, malicious police officers that are going to try and pin something on you. Again, there are plenty of innocent people in prison. This is all just really good advice to avoid going to prison for a crime you genuinely did not commit. Which, unfortunately, we exist in a system where you need to have that advice because, unfortunately, people in this country can be put in prison for life for crimes they didn't commit, or can even be executed for crimes they didn't commit, and are later exonerated for, except they're not exonerated officially, so they still get put to death. Rest in peace, Marcellus Williams. Story fucks me up.
If my pigs did
Oh no,
eat Robert,
oh my god. Susan! Susan! Susan, why? The investigators right now. Hold it! Wait a minute.
would you kill my pigs?
No, ma'am, we don't kill our own. Except if it's in a firefight in a subway over a $2.50 fine.
Well, I don't know. That's something we'd have to look at.
Misplaced priorities aside, clearly we have a breakthrough.
Susan, why don't you just tell us what happened?
Everything that I told you was the truth up until about a week after Bobby had called me.
Whoopsie!
Sometime about a week after Bobby had called, I went down and he was like half eaten.
By what?
By
If this was even remotely true, why on earth would you conceal the body? Why would you conceal that you found his dead body and that you had nothing to do with it? Come on now.
the pigs.
Okay.
His guts were all over the place. He was still alive. I
What?
knew he wasn't going to be alive for more than, a few more minutes.
What? Your pigs ripped him apart? That's the story you're going with? You were lying to protect your pigs? What are you, a cop union representative?
I went back up to my house and I got a gun and shot him in the head.
Susan. Susan! Susan, why? You're the only one who's been introducing this. Oh my god. Oh god.
I didn't want my pigs to be shot for not doing something that the natural causes. Well, pigs get hungry. You know, if he was out there, I don't know what happened to start with. If he went out and started doing something to them, I can't see that my pigs would go ahead.
What do you think he was doing to the pigs that would make the pigs want to eat him alive?
And do something to somebody without cause. They've always been very friendly with me. They still are very friendly with me. I didn't want to say anything because I was afraid you were going to go out and shoot my pigs.
That's not going to happen right now, okay? And we're going to look into that, but tell me, back at the beginning, how did you know Robert was there? Did you hear noise? What happened?
I came down in the morning. It was over a month since I had seen him last. And in the morning, I came down and I heard this moaning and stuff. His guts were out.
I get the feeling, Thistles for Eyes, that she knows they're gonna find his skull and they're gonna find a bullet hole in it, and so she's trying to get ahead of the story, you know?
But he was still alive.
And how did you know he was alive?
I could see his arm moving. I yelled at the pigs. They were doing their thing. They're just, you know, having lunch or breakfast. They were having breakfast on him.
Imagine being in a situation
Jesus.
like this and feeling the need to make a correction like that.
So, you went back into your house.
I went up and got my rifle and I shot him in the head.
How many times?
I don't know.
More than once?
I don't know. I went and...
So your argument is that you mercy killed him, but you don't know how many times you shot him?
fed my other animals, and I just left him there.
And so, as far as you know, he was never moved from that big place.
And if a leg bone did get over there, it's the only way it could have gotten over there was with a coyote or something. I'm not dumb enough to start moving bones around and putting them next to my house.
I'm not dumb enough to start moving bones around and putting them next to my house, but I am dumb enough to just try and conceal this murder.
Oftentimes with confessions, a suspect will start off with the least incriminating version they can think of, and then slowly be inched closer toward the full truth. As far as first passes go, this was extremely macabre, but investigators still have plenty of reason to believe Susan is lying about significant details. To recap what's been disclosed so far, plus some additional tidbits going on during the ford, Susan's story is that she went out to feed her pigs one morning, about a month after Robert vanished. She discovered Robert in the process of being eaten alive by her pigs and has no idea how he got in the pen. Figuring he was done for,
Yeah, he could have gotten that pen anyway. Like, I don't know. I don't know the sequence of events that lead to someone being eaten by a pig. Could have been anything. Anything. What's this? Did you clip me? You're going with? You were lying to... What? Your pigs ripped him apart? That's the story you're going with? You were lying to protect your pigs? What are you, a cop union representative? Yeah, it's 10 out of 10 clip. Thank you, Stadman. You're doing the Lord's work.
She went back to her house, retrieved a rifle, came back and put him out of his misery. From there, she let the pigs continue eating him over a number of days, as this was the simplest way to dispose of the body, especially considering the process was already underway. After several days, she picked up Robert.
You know what innocent people usually do? Allow their pets to continue consuming a human body? Yeah, that's a very innocent thing to do.
Skull and a few other stray parts left over, stashed them in a couple of plastic bags, and stored them in her property, which she draws.
Oh, so she was stupid enough to move bones around near her house. Gotcha.
A map to for investigators. No prizes for guessing where investigators suspect the lies are.
There's a piece here missing, it seems to me. That here's a person that never goes into that pig pen.
I don't know.
Never feeds those pigs.
I don't know.
And then he ends up in there mysteriously.
I don't know if he ever, like I say,
Did he come after you and threaten you? And something happened, Susan?
No, he never came after me or threatened me for any reason.
Did he do something to you or your place that caused you to do something to him?
No, he never did anything to me. The only thing he ever did to me was make a big mess.
Right.
Susan, why is his penis missing? What happened to the penis, Susan?
I'm not shooting somebody because I made a mess.
Because you got to see through my eyes that this story seems convenient.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
You have to see this through my eyes, Susan. You've been saying every step of the way that you love threatening everyone in your life with death and being fed to pigs, and you have to understand how this looks, Susan. You told us that at the beginning of this investigation, and now it looks like someone has been fed to pigs, and it kind of looks like you've killed them. You don't want to waste the good meat.
I have no idea how he got in there or why he would go in there. I don't know if he had been in there prior to that.
To state the obvious, investigators believe Susan somehow came to shoot Robert in the head before feeding him to her pigs, and doubt he ever ran off to Ashland. But Susan will steadfastly refuse to take the bait on alternative questions like self-defense, basically sticking to her story. That's not to say she stonewalls the investigators, however. In fact, in some very remarkable ways, Susan Monica is honest to a fault.
I should not be saying it, but I'm trying to tell the truth. I do not value human life very much. My feeling is the only thing wrong with this planet is there's people on it. If it weren't for us, all the other animals, dodo birds and whatever else would still be here.
Ah, the worms are back. Ah, the worms are back.
Whether or not you think a hostility toward the human race in general is justified, you can probably understand it's not.
Why? Susan!
Not an ideal.
Guys, I'm starting to think Susan is the killer.
Conversation piece to pursue.
Something tells me Susan would be very bad at Among Us.
When you're at the center of an active homicide investigation, and even though the investigators try to keep things on Robert, Susan keeps circling back to it.
There are 7 billion people on the world, and we're destroying it constantly through just the simple fact of multiplication. Overpopulating.
So what do we do about it?
What do we do about it?
Not only can you take a load, you can take the ultimate load.
That's what we got to do about it.
Nothing.
Well, China is doing something about it. China says you can have 1 kid.
And then after speaking approvingly of...
I don't... In 2014, I'm pretty sure the one-child policy in China was over.
China's one-child policy, since discontinued, Susan starts expounding on the benefits of eugenics.
There are...
Susan! Why? Susan!
Oh, give me a break.
Susan, why?
I am trying to buy your vote.
Oh,
this is just too surreal for me.
A number of diseases, sickle cell anemia. Okay, there's a lot of people with sickle cell anemia. Okay, if you take everybody with sickle cell anemia and say you cannot reproduce.
Dude, what the fuck? We aren't even halfway through this video. Susan. Susan. Guys, if you don't know this, sickle cell anemia is something that occurs largely in a lot of non-white ethnicities. You know, Native Americans, Middle Eastern people, African folks, Hispanic Americans. A lot of black and brown people predominantly get sickle cell anemia. She's just saying we need to get she's saying we need to get rid of non-white people. That's what she's saying.
In one generation, you have ended sickle cell anemia.
Sure.
Yeah, yes. She is doing a white supremacy line. Yeah, she's a Nazi. You know, I don't know if she's lock goose step with them, but you know, she's in the crowd.
And while Detective Henderson humors these ramblings for the sake of building some rapport, ultimately he's really wanting to get back on the whole feeding Robert to pigs thing.
Just put an X where your feet would have been.
I was on this side of him.
Okay.
And somewhere in that, within a couple of feet.
So then it would have been the right side of his face would have been, or excuse me, the left side of his face would have been towards you?
Yes.
Okay.
But beyond clarifying a few logistical details here and there, Susan won't amend the core of her story, even when Detective Henderson gently points out some of its subtler weaknesses.
Why do you think the pigs would have been eating him there? I mean, if he was clothed, you know, and I mean, why his stomach?
I don't know.
I mean, if a person was to go into a pen and they fell down, how? Because if I went into a pen and a pig started attacking me, I guarantee you.
Well, let's be clear. Pigs only attack their own under immense amounts of distress. Okay, so that would probably not happen. Your hypothetical is already fundamentally flawed, but continue.
Get out. Somehow I might be bit and stuff, you know, if it was an angry pig, but I would get out.
This is so fucking funny for so many reasons. Like, I know someone died here, but also like the pig on pig violence is pretty funny.
Like I say, my pigs are not mean. You know, I have no idea why he would be there. And furthermore, I have no idea why they would go after him.
Eventually, they bring in a polygraph technician named Chris to put some more pressure on. Susan shares some familiar...
Also, keep in mind, polygraphs are bullshit. Never take a polygraph test.
...thoughts with him.
There are diseases like sickle cell anemia that could be dealt with very simply by having people that have that gene to not have kids. And
yeah, very simple. We'll just, you know, do a forced sterilization of people like that. Very simple. Yeah. People wouldn't be upset about that at all.
In one generation, we would not.
I'm in case it's too subtle. I'm being facetious. That would be catastrophic and disgusting, and obviously people would have a problem with that. I have a feeling people would be pretty upset and would not just accept that as a, oh yeah, just an everyday policy. No.
Have that disease anymore.
Good.
Yeah, no, Canna Bobrex, Susan is literally the meme of like the guy standing in the corner at a party thinking like, I bet they don't even know that a pig can eat them over the course of a week. You know, something like that.
China allows people to have one child which is very good.
But Chris too wants to get Susan off the broader topic of population control and back on the topic of Susan killing this one specific person.
Is there any circumstance you can think of where someone who killed Robert differently than you say how it happened should get a second chance?
If I had killed him for trying to rape me or something like that, then it's justifiable homicide.
Okay.
But if
But I didn't do that. I killed him. I mean, I found him on my property.
So there is some justification.
Well, yes, but no. I mean, there is justification in that sense, but I cannot think of a reason for killing someone just for the hell of it, or because you're.
I mean, you did start using his benefits card. You did start using his the card that he had. Also, some people do kill other people just for the hell of it, you know?
You're having a sexual fantasy or something and you kill somebody, you strangle them or whatever.
Chris also accidentally opens up a whole can of worms with what's supposed to be a basic pretest question.
Oh no. I don't know that I'm ready for a whole can of worms from this lady.
Ah, the worms are back. Ah, the worms are back.
We're getting a lot of use out of that that soundboard.
Have you threatened to kill anybody for no reason? Have you ever?
Oh no.
You're that kind of a person?
The only person that I have not confronted and said that I wish they were dead is my neighbor, Karen. I very much, would like to go over and shoot her and feed her to my pigs.
What? What are you doing, Susan? What are you doing? You're in the middle of an interrogation for murder. What are you doing? Susan! Hold it! At this point, we need to upgrade the hold it to a straight up... Like the red flags are even less subtle.
But her neighbour Karen comes up an awful lot during the hours she's in this room. A reminder that this is back in 2014, before there was anything inherently funny about that. Now...
Oh man, I love Matt Orchard videos so much, man. So good.
Now, it's not really an incriminating statement, as Karen Denman is known to be alive and well to police, and chances are she's not going to be having neighbourly quarrels with Susan Monica anymore. All the same, when you're at the centre of an active homicide investigation, it is still ill-advised to share any homicidal fantasies with police. Yes, even if asked. Don't try to score points for honesty.
Other than Karen, do you ever wish other people to die without reason?
No.
Solid response there, so credit where it's due. Susan does manage to talk about her anti-human philosophy from a few new angles. The long and short of it is we kill too many eagles, basically. On an unrelated note, she thinks cat should be spelled with a K. She sees some logic in spelling city with a C, but does wonder...
She thinks we should spell cats with a K. How did she get on those topics? How... Like...
I'm living in a make-believe world.
Wonder if it should be changed to an S. And it's not just the English-speaking world that's messing everything up.
French have T's at the end of a lot of words, which doesn't make any sense.
And sorry to keep this in, but just a quick point.
You know, this woman would have benefited a lot from, like, a solid team of Google debunkers.
Google debunkers.
Is that right there? Is that something on the chair? Or?
No, that's something on me, which I hadn't done in 60 plus years.
Okay.
And that was totally I think the camera's in that thing there. Totally your fault.
What are you talking about?
I needed to go to the bathroom. They won't let me go to the bathroom.
Well, you need to go down?
No, I mean, this was when they, at 8 o'clock this morning.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Yeah, okay, but if it...
Yeah. Remember, at the beginning of this interrogation, she shit her pants. And she's just been sitting in shit the entire time.
Really is out of the question to find Susan a change of pants. You'd think the least they could do is grab an old towel and switch out the chair. It's poo. Anyway, Chris finally conducts the polygraph examination, but can't get a readable chart because he believes Susan is deliberately messing with her breathing, which she claims she's not. Regardless, Chris gives up on the polygraph and decides to just take a shot at interrogating her himself, taking a similar tack to Detective Henderson by floating the idea of her accidentally killing Robert during some sort of scuffle.
I think this is a one-time thing, personally.
DT.
And I think it was an accident that you didn't mean to happen during an anxiety attack. It all fits. It's kind of the stuff that kind of leaks out of people when I talk to them. It's like, well,
you know, kind of like how sometimes when I talk to people, I realize they're full of shit because the shit leaks out of them.
you get a little bit here and a little bit there. You talked about choking people. You talked about your anxiety. Yeah, you made a comment in there about, I can't remember what, I did write it down.
Because you're having a sexual fantasy or something and you kill somebody, you strangle them or whatever.
Yeah, you know, usual thing to say about that. Yeah.
It was a little interesting.
I don't remember saying anything about
it. You never said you choked him, or you never said you choked anybody. It was come more along as like what something you like to do. Or you
yeah, what a normal, not suspicious thing to say. I really like the idea that this entire time Susan's sitting there going like, okay, I'm not going to say anything about that. I'm not going to say anything about strangling him, okay? I didn't strangle him. I'm not going to say anything about it. Don't say anything about strangling. Don't say anything about... I strangled him, officer. No, I mean... I didn't say anything about choking, officer.
Thought about doing. You said if I killed him for trying to rape me, it would be a justified homicide.
Yes.
And I agree.
Yes.
You said I cannot think of a reason for killing someone just for the hell of it, or because you had a sexual fantasy or something, and you strangled them.
Yeah.
Okay, so the human mind is amazing.
I misspoke on that thing.
I don't think you misspoke. I think that's because I asked you a question where I caused you to think about second chances. Yeah. What people do is they try, because of this self-protective mode, when I ask them that question, they think, well, maybe I should get a second chance, and so maybe I should tell this guy what their second chance, what reasons that you have for a second chance.
Yes.
Whether Susan's earlier...
This is why if you're ever in an interrogation, you go get a lawyer. Doesn't matter if it is the worst lawyer in the world, just get a lawyer.
Comment was a subconscious disclosure of the real story, or just another one of the many random ill-advised comments she's prone to making remains unclear. What is clear is that Chris has spent enough time with Susan Monica to be just about at the end of his tether.
If I did shoot him and feed him to the pigs, why did I leave all those bones there for all this time?
Susan. Susan! You're just saying what you did! You're just saying and restating the thing you did over and over and over.
Susan, anybody that would shoot somebody and feed him to your pigs is capable of irrational thinking. Why someone would then keep the body parts for a couple months is another irrational thought. Don't ask me to answer that.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
No, I do agree with you on that, but I guess I'm always trying to be very rational, and it doesn't make any sense to me.
Just when he thought he was out, she pulls him back in. But after another 15 minutes of talking in circles around what is and isn't logical, Chris has an I'm not even supposed to be here today moment, and hands Susan back to the people who are actually assigned to this case, which brings us back through to Detective Henderson's profound statement on the human understanding of pig diets.
We as people know that food for pigs is not a person.
Right. And
you know that.
Right. I know that.
But you know that pigs will eat anything if you give them the opportunity.
Opportunity, yes.
Right.
And
so how did Robert give them
and motive and means
an opportunity for him to be in there?
I do not know. I do not know.
And in all the time that Robert had been there, did he ever feed the pigs?
To my knowledge, no.
Did he ever go out and in the pen that you
To my knowledge, no.
So you can see how when we listen to what you're saying.
I know that it, I know it, I know it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me.
And so when you come out and you see your pigs eating Robert, and he's still alive.
Yes.
For us to hear that, it's not even possible. If you take anybody and you put them in a pig pen, even if they've been around pigs, they're going to know that if I start getting attacked by a pig or something, I'm going to try to get out of here.
Yes.
I'm not going to lay down on the ground and let pigs just eat my stomach.
Right.
Until I can't move and then have someone come shoot me in the head.
Detective Henderson walks a fine line here between pressing upon Susan that her story as it stands is not going to hold water and still maintaining that good cop frame of I'm on your side and I appreciate you for telling me some of the truth. Now all I need is the full truth and then we can start to make things better for you.
I want you to think about early.
This is why you should always have a lawyer. In this case, she almost certainly did this. So, like, you know, but this is why you should have a lawyer.
When you came to that point, I don't know what it was with you, but you came to that point where you thought, I'm going to tell him. You made that decision to do that.
Yes.
And I feel like you're just right there on doing the right thing with the rest of it. We're just waiting on you. We're waiting for you to make that little step. It's just one tiny step away for you to make things right here.
And for whatever reason, perhaps a combination of Henderson's skillful interview tactics and just sheer exhaustion from sitting in her own excrement for hours on end, Susan begins to break and show signs she may be readying herself to cede more ground.
There is something else that I don't want to say.
All you can do is tell me.
The worms are back.
But
The worms are
doesn't
back.
make sense. That's the thing.
Okay. I'm just going to listen. You tell me.
What'd you do, Susan?
Oh, God, give me another piece of paper. Right there. About 3 feet down.
Oh my God, Susan.
There's part of another body.
Okay.
Another body?
His name is Steve.
His name was Steve Delacino, and clearly the act of killing him didn't do much to forever sear that name into Susan Monica's mind.
Susan! You've killed multiple people? Susan! You killed multiple... You're just confessing to a completely unrelated other murder? Why? Susan!
Go woke, go broke, 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 go woke, go broke.
God.
So at this point, Susan isn't actually budging at all on how Robert's fate came about, but the disclosure of an entirely separate body police will find buried on the farm is still a positive development.
We did get into a fight. I had several guns, one of which was a little bitty 5-shot revolver. In my room, I had a 30-06 with a scope on it. Steve was a thief. He lived about 5 miles up the road from me. He was an alcoholic. He would go through the house. At one point, I remember him stealing some silver dollars. which were worth, $2 or $3, and he took them.
Susan, are you saying you killed the man over $3?
Down to the store just to buy beer. He would come over to my place. He was a very good worker. I'd buy him a half a case of beer. He came down to my place, and I confronted him on the guns that were missing. And he did get physical with me. I did not think
stole a
he
gun.
would do that. He got physical with me, and I told him that I was pretty sure it was him that stole my rifle, and I had a 356 pistol. He got all upset, and I had a little 22 pistol. He went ahead and reached for where I had still had the little pistol.
Right.
And
where was it?
It was on my bed.
Oh, okay.
We started to have a little tussle, nothing big to start with. And he says, "Well,
he got a little upsetty spaghetti.
Not going back to jail for stealing your stuff or anybody else's stuff." He grabbed a little pistol and he shot himself in the head.
Right there.
I don't think this lady is trans, Holly Hoomst. So you might be confusing her with a different lady who shit herself in an interrogation room.
In your home.
Right there.
Where did he shoot himself in the head at?
Well, that was the whole stupid thing. He shot himself, and then he ran out. I didn't know it at the time.
I'm sorry. You're confessing to you're confessing to covering up another death on your pig farm. But you're saying he just whoopsie daisied into a bullet? Are you kidding me?
And then he ran out. I didn't know it at the time.
And then he ran out right into my pig pen where they were waiting for him. Knives sharp.
Time. I always thought,
This is like the worst. This is like evil version of Babe. I don't know if anyone gets that reference. I'm old.
It was a little bitty gun. It wouldn't kill you, but it would certainly hurt.
I mean, if a gun is small, it can still kill you. It's a gun. Like, it could be a tiny gun. It's still gonna. That'll do. That'll do, Pig. Babe, Pig in the City, an excellent film.
Hurt. Yeah. And it's 5 shots for crying out loud.
It's only 5 bullets, Michael. What could it do? Take a human life?
He went out of the room. He went around into that little hallway.
Yeah.
And I'm following him.
Yeah.
And he emptied the gun in his own head.
So he shot himself. He went out into the little hallway and then emptied the remaining shots of the revolver into his head. I don't think someone can do that. I don't think you can empty a revolver into your own head.
I could not believe it.
And who could blame her?
He had saving rolls. He just kept rolling those nat 20s.
After all, a man shooting himself in the head, then running out of the room and shooting himself in the head again 4 times is an extremely unbelievable thing.
You're right.
Detective Henderson has likely cottoned on to that, but he keeps it close to his chest for the time being while he clarifies the basics. Susan explains that after Steve finally managed to fatally shoot his own head, she wound up deciding the pigs were the best way to dispose of the body.
As you do. As As you do, you know, when someone whoopsie daisies into dying on your property, rather than reporting it to the police, you feed the body to the pigs, of course, naturally. Lucia S. Yeah, this Matt Orchard is one of the greatest YouTubers of our time.
Naturally.
And then right here is where Steve's remains are right
Yes.
now. And so this was a couple years ago.
This was a couple of years ago, and you guys actually came out.
Uh-huh.
I was picking up his bones.
Mm-hmm.
There was no meat on him any longer.
Yeah. How long do you think he stayed out here?
It was
There was no meat on him any longer. Jesus.
a couple of 3 weeks.
Okay.
There were a bunch of bones from pigs and sheep and goats, and I decided to get rid of everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I went ahead and I dug a hole over there.
Okay.
And my good old neighbors.
By the end of this, is Susan going to be confessing to a murder she did on the way to the police station?
They saw me throwing bones in a hole, so they called you.
Oh.
And a couple people came out, and they said, somebody saw you throwing bones in a hole. And I said, right there. The guy said, oh, well, that's a pig bone. And I said, yes.
Were there any bones of Steve's mixed
Yes.
into them?
Yeah.
So, let me get this straight. She left the body outside with the pigs, and the pigs ate the body till there was nothing left but bones, and she put bones in a hole so suspiciously that her neighbors were like, this bitch be putting bones in holes. Susan looks sussy as hell. And so police came out, were like, we want to see your bone hole, ma'am. And Susan was like, yeah, it's right here. And they were like, those are just pig bones. And she's like, yes. And then the police left. Amazing. But I'm not surprised that they got confused between, you know, man bones and pig bones.
Yes.
Right there that the cops were looking at?
Pretty much.
Okay.
I said they were buried about 2 feet down. I asked him if he wanted a shovel. He didn't want a shovel, and he left.
You want to dig up my pig and human remain bones?
It might seem like shoddy police work with the benefit of hindsight, but in fairness, 99.9% of the time, if you see a farmer disposing of bones, they probably did all come from animals, and you have to be somewhat selective with what you send into the crime lab. Detective Henderson tries to extract more particulars around Steve's extraordinary demise.
Did he say anything? Did he just stand there? Or what happened exactly?
He grabbed the gun and I grabbed him, but he took his hand and shot himself. He said, I'm killing myself, I'm not going back to jail. And he shot himself the once. He ran out, I chased him, and he got over into the other room and I grabbed him again. I thought, that you shoot somebody at point blank range with this little gun, I thought he would have died right then.
Yeah.
That's interesting phrasing, Susan. You shoot someone at point blank range? That kind of implies two actors and not a solo actor, doesn't it?
And it just bounced off.
This is wacky. Why is she admitting to all of this? Because she is the worst criminal of all time. Like, just actually terrible. She's a eugenicist and can't, even bother to lie to cover up her crimes.
He got loose from me. He ran around and he emptied the gun in his head.
The part about Susan actively wrestling with Steve is new, and it should go without saying it's a very significant detail to have not mentioned during her first telling.
And he did a total of how many shots?
5.
5 total? Oh,
yeah.
It was a 5-shot.
A little 5-shot revolver. You could put it in your palm of the hand.
You don't remember where it was, though?
No.
Okay. Was Steve dead when the pigs started eating him?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
How can you be sure?
The 5 shots in the head were probably the biggest clue to that end. Though if he did in fact survive the first 4 like Susan claims, you could see why Henderson might think extra special caution would have been warranted before the pig feeding. Clearly understanding her story is a tough sell, Susan tests the waters a bit by acknowledging as much.
It sounds impossible that something like this could happen to me twice within a couple of years.
It sounds strange. It does.
Yeah. Oh, shucks. Oh, no. Another one happened. Oh, jeez. Men keep dying in my pig hole. Ah, chuckle nuts. Well, guess there's nothing for it. Gotta feed them to my pigs.
Yes.
I've never heard of somebody shooting themselves 5 times in the head. I haven't.
Detective
with any size of revolver, yeah.
Henderson continues to press the implausibility of Susan's story, using his gentler approach for some time. But Susan still won't budge, so Detective Fox comes in and lays things out more bluntly.
You've told us about 2 things that happened there. Both times that you've told these stories, you've told them in a way that you're trying to relieve responsibility from you. Now, I'm going to tell you, one of the things I do is I'm a deputy medical examiner. That means...
I realize what that is.
Right. I examine people. I determine cause and manner of death.
Yes.
I've examined over 1,000 people.
Yes.
Never have I in any literature or personally or heard ever somebody shooting themselves 5 times in the head.
Yeah, that does sound a little bit,
I'm living in a make-believe world.
Yeah.
Ever. What I'm telling you is that doesn't happen. Let me tell you what I'm seeing.
I understand.
I think there's a minute possibility that maybe Steve did shoot himself one time. But you're kind of the person that would put somebody out of their misery if they were suffering. Such as what happened with Robert, the story you told about Robert. He's suffering, isn't he?
Yes.
And you felt obligated to not have him suffer. Just like any other animal, you don't want somebody to suffer, do you?
Right. When you find his skull, it's about 3 feet down, because it was about 2 feet when those other officers came out.
Right, and there's going to be 5 holes in it, isn't there?
There's going to be 1 hole in it, and 4 indentations.
So these bounced off his head?
Yes. There's 4.
But at some point, something went into his head, right?
There's 4 indentations in his head and 1 hole.
So
how dare you call me a liar? Anyway, here's the exact location of his skull. That will verify my story about not having killed him.
One went right into him.
Yes.
So Susan's sort of tripling down in a sense, as not only is she standing by her story, but going as far as to assert that when they dig up Steve's remains, they will in fact find physical verification of a semi-bulletproof skull with dents where bullets bounced off of it. You'd think at that point Fox would call it quits for the day, but clearly he still thinks a full confession might be within reach, because they keep talking in circles around these sorts of things for quite some time more.
So we have the improbable situation of somebody shooting themselves 5 times.
Yes.
And then somehow getting drug out into the pig yard.
Yes, that was a couple days later.
Right. And then we have the improbable situation of Robert magically appearing in the pig yard.
Yes.
After a month of absence, he just magically...
I'm betting my life on Susan being innocent has cost me. Oh, yeah. We about to get your life, the guy.
He appears in the pig yard.
Yes.
Barely holding on to the ends of his life. And you chose him over the pigs.
I would convict myself on both counts.
Susan! Why? Why? Never say this in a... Guys, never... Don't be a Susan, okay? This is an A+ course. S+ course on what not to do if you're ever being interrogated by police. Oh my god! Jesus. It really is. Oh god. One second. We need the clip. We need to play it again. Here we'll focus. We'll this time we'll hype up the animation channel, Deep Blue Inc. That animates some of these game changer videos.
A defendant stupidly interrupting his lawyer's closing remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, over the past
Give it a
4
like,
days,
subscribe to the channel. Very good stuff.
State's prosecutor attempt to effectively...
Also, can I just say that I really love the animation style. Like, it kind of nails like the very simple but very like emotive style of animation that I really like.
Bamboozle you with a series of hearsay arguments and loose speculative evidence, placing my client near the scene of the crime during the time of the murder.
Also, again, go and subscribe to Dropout TV. It's the only YouTube channel I subscribe to for money.
Evidence does nothing to indicate motive or means in the horrific murder of Roger Bell. Ultimately, it will be your decision to say, does this man deserve a lifetime in a federal penitentiary based on specious, inconclusive evidence? You are tasked to consider the evidence and whether it proves beyond a reasonable doubt whether my client is guilty. Is my client a perfect man? No.
I killed him, yeah.
Your Honor? Your Honor?
Yeah. Did I fuck up? What the fuck are you doing? Did I fuck up?
This would be if Susan actually had a lawyer. If Susan actually had a lawyer, that would 1010% be exactly what happens. You know? Like if Susan had a lawyer, she would still be fucking up this badly. But that was a dramatic reenactment of if Susan had a lawyer.
But I am guilty of neither.
Susan continues to maintain the I know it sounds impossibly ridiculous, but I'm telling the truth stance. And eventually Detective Fox gives up and throws it back to Detective Henderson for some more good cop rapport building.
So I heard you talking to Chris earlier about that you only had his name Susan Monica for a while.
Yes.
What's your real name?
Not saying.
Okay.
Too difficult.
Okay.
What? I'm sorry. What's your real name?
Not saying.
Okay.
Too difficult.
What?
Okay.
There's probably 2 or 3 people in the valley know, and that's too many for me.
Can I ask, is it just to get away from a past?
No.
A long time ago?
No.
When someone as strange as Susan Monica comes along, it can be sort of difficult to imagine them having a past. But of course she does. And as a matter of fact, her biography is quite interesting.
Where are we going in the last 15 minutes of this video? Because I feel like we have an open and shut case about whether or not she killed these men and fed them to pigs.
When I was 5 years old, my brother was born, and he looked like me. And when I was 9 years old, my sister was born, and she was different. And I asked my mother, and she told me the birds and the bees, and I had known the birds and the bees for a couple of years anyway. And I said, well, I'm not a bird, I'm a bee, or whichever way it worked. And she said, no, you're not. You have to be a boy. When I was in high school, I had all kinds of girlfriends. And I had guys coming around asking me what the heck I was doing. And I said, well, I don't know. We're friends. And that was it. We were friends. This was in 63, 64, 65, and there was nothing about this in the news at all. But the girls at school, they somehow picked up on who I was. And then I got out of high school, and I joined the Navy, and I was somewhat convinced that if I joined the Navy, it would make a man out of me.
Oh my fuck. Oh my fuck. Holly Holmst was correct.
And then being in the Navy, everybody on ship, with the exception of me, I guess, would get off the ship, look for the nearest bar and the nearest brothel, and I would go out and just walk around, see the sights, do some little shopping here and there. Anyway, after 3 years and 7 months, I got my discharge, honorable discharge, and I was down in San Diego. I was looking at a magazine.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see this coming. I did not see this coming.
And I saw in the magazine this article about Christine Jorgensen, who had just had the surgery. I think I read the article about 4 or 5 times, and I said that was me. And I saw the doctor that had been mentioned in the article. And after a little while anyway, he went ahead and started me on hormones. And a couple years later, I got the money up and had the surgery.
Oh my God, what?
I never regretted it once. I was married for 14 years. My husband, he never said anything. I guess that's about all I have.
What?
Say on that subject.
Regardless of what you told us.
Holy shit! This is a roller coaster. Why the creepy music? It's not creepy music, it's just revelatory music.
We will find the truth.
Yes.
So if you did leave things out.
Maybe she did have autism too. I mean, maybe she did. I don't think that gets her off the hook for this one though.
Now, or you lied about things like that, you need to think about that tonight.
And it seems that Susan took Detective Henderson's instructions to heart, because the next day she did in fact want to make a small amendment to her story regarding Robert Haney.
Basically, what I had been trying to forget, I remembered laying there. When I came into the pen, his head was towards the west. He was belly up, and the pigs were on him. And I went up to get my gun. When I got back, I think he did die. I'm pretty sure he did die, because he was on his stomach, and his head was now pointed to the east, and he was turned over. He was facing the other way, and I shot him about C1 or C2 at an angle coming out to the right orbital. Which, that's it.
So in sum, Susan wanted to disclose that she now remembers shooting Robert in the head from a different angle than she recalled yesterday. That may well be true, but Detective Henderson and Detective Julie Denny, who's new to the room, were hoping for some more significant amendments. Like Robert didn't actually miraculously appear.
Look, as a trans woman and an autistic person, I also denounce Susan and her both poor cover-up of her crime and also of the crime itself.
In the pig pen after a month's absence, or Steve didn't actually shoot himself in
the Christine Jorgensen is great. Excellent story.
The head 5 times. No such luck though, and despite Susan's best efforts, investigators just refused to listen to reason.
Would you sit still while I fired 5 shots at your head?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the point we're making.
That's what I'm trying to say to you is You know, if someone's shot one time, that alone would probably incapacitate them. They wouldn't fire off another round to their head and keep shooting at their own head or not move enough to get away from the I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Well, so says Julie, and as if their relentless disbelief wasn't insulting enough.
I just wanted to ask you again, are we going to find anybody else
No,
out there?
not to my knowledge.
Well, that's good.
Any? No, don't even say it.
What?
What, anybody that we do find, what?
That's
Whoopsie.
my idiotic, stupid.
Well, now you've
Right.
said some things to me, though, and the way that you say things, like the
Susan, did you kill another person out there and feed them to your pigs? Susan.
comment about, kill you and feed you to my pig.
I know.
Or feed people to my pigs, and that turned out to be true.
Yeah, on a couple of occasions, but 3 times? Give her some credit.
I have a weird sense of humor.
Well, this isn't funny. At this point,
the joke became reality.
Yeah, it's less of a joke if you've actually, killed people and fed them to pigs.
but you continue to...
No, Karen's okay, very knifey duck. Karen is alive and well.
make that joke, even after it became reality.
You even said that to me. You said you were going to kill me and feed me to your pigs. That actually is I didn't even know what to say. I'm a police officer. I didn't even know what to say. You know what I mean? I was like, whoa.
Henderson still just doesn't get it, so Susan shares a recent anecdote to clarify how she quips about murdering law enforcement.
Over there at the jail.
What?
One of the guards. She's got hair all the way down to her ass.
Susan.
And I told her, hey, I could grab your hair and strangle you with it.
Susan!
Oh my gosh, why would you say that?
Susan, why? Why would you do that? You're being investigated for murder, Susan. Why are you threatening to murder prison guards? Susan!
I don't know.
Tough crowd, but at the end of the day, there's more important matters at hand than the unique comedy stylings of Susan Monica, so eventually they get back to business.
After the first year of knowing Karen, I have never liked her. She believes the road belongs to her, it belongs to me. I can go down and show her proof. She doesn't believe it. I signed an agreement letting her use the road. I want to make improvements. She does not. I took out 4 feet of dirt to make the road instead of like this. She tried to get money from the guy that I gave the dirt to. This is her. She's the bitch from hell.
We'll try that again.
I don't know about that one, Susan. Susan, has Karen ever killed multiple people on her property and fed them to pigs? Has Karen ever done that? Or is she just kind of an asshole on the road?
Eventually, they get back to business.
If I were going to kill somebody, she would be number one. She would be...
Jesus Christ. Okay, pro tip, guys. If you're ever in an interrogation and for some godforsaken reason you don't get yourself a lawyer, number 1 in that interrogation is don't talk about how you really, really, really want to murder a specific person. That's kind of like a gigantic red flag for cops.
Number 1.
Eventually, they get back to business.
If you have 24 diseases out there that are all caused by genetic defects, take the people that, before you have a child, don't kill the people, just tell them, hey, you have this disease, don't reproduce.
Oh man, it's so nice of you to, so benevolent. You don't just kill the genetically flawed. You just, sterilize them. Susan's a bad person.
Understandably enough, after a bit more of this, Detective Henderson...
Look, also, Paige Wilder, even if eugenics did work, it would still be gross and wrong.
...decides it's time for a break.
Can I get you a soda again? You want a soda? I'm gonna get something to drink real quick.
I want my nuts back.
Your nuts? Okay.
Henderson retrieves some nuts for Susan, which she notably eats while recalling some pretty harrowing memories.
Okay, that joke did land, Susan. That was good. Okay? That was good. Good trans joke, because I didn't know you were referring to actual nuts. I thought you were making a trans joke. You know, I thought that's what you were doing. But you weren't doing that. You were talking about actual nuts that you would eat. All right, cool.
At first, he was on his back. One arm was out here.
Man, these nuts really put her at ease. My God.
Big hole.
But aside from the addition of some inappropriate chewing, day 2 of Susan Monica's interrogation really is just more of the same. She's not at all receptive to changing any of her story, aside from precisely how she shot Robert Haney. And if that wasn't enough to tell you the reality of this situation hasn't totally settled in for Susan, she winds up developing a big preoccupation with police needlessly digging up her farm, just because no one will take her word that there is a maximum of 2 dead bodies buried there.
I think you're gonna make a fucking mess out of my place.
Susan, are you under the impression that you're going to be able to go back and see your place? Because the 2 bodies buried under your property is a lot of bodies.
What are we supposed to do? I guarantee there's more people on your property. I guarantee it.
What do I get for the guarantee?
What?
What do you mean?
You are saying you're guaranteeing there's more people out on my property.
Yes, that's
Am
what
I going to get $150,000 to fix up my place after you've messed it up?
If we find one person, it's worth messing up the property.
I'm saying if you do not find anybody out there, are you going to pay me $150,000 to put it back the way it was?
No. But honestly, if I was the interrogator and I encountered this question, my number one response would be, well, just tell us where we can find the other bodies and we won't have to mess it up.
No, absolutely
That's what I'm saying. There's no guarantee of nothing here.
Well, what do you want?
I don't want you messing up my place after me and Steve have put so much into it.
Well, you have to appreciate the sentiment at least. In Susan's defense, though, sincerely this time, even though Detective Henderson is in the right, there's a sort of circular logic in how he's putting it to Susan that would be frustrating to interact with.
That's why we have to unearth everything. If we miss one single person, we're not doing our job. Now, if I knew exactly where those people were at, we wouldn't go make a mess, would we? We know exactly where to look.
Just like when you were to look for Robert.
Then we dig up a little hole and we get the person out, and that's the end of it.
No, if Susan told them about 5 bodies, they'd still suspect there could be more. Rightly. Bottom line, that farm is being turned into a giant dirt pit no matter what.
You're saying that you guarantee almost 100% that you're going to find somebody. But if you don't find anybody, you're not going to quit. You're not going to fix my property. You're going to leave me with a big mess.
Well, I'm so sure of finding someone, it doesn't matter anyway.
Ultimately, Detective Henderson would wind up being half right. He was wrong in the sense that they didn't wind up finding someone else, but right in the sense that it didn't matter anyway. 2 dead people was more than enough to ensure Susan would never have any relationship with the property ever again.
No bad. That's all at this time. Ms. Monica.
Can I make one statement?
I think your attorney would prefer that you not.
That's correct, Susan. Don't say anything.
Susan, you don't have to do the Zach Oyama client bit again. We've already seen you do it like 5 times.
I would like the people of Rogue River to donate a small amount of money so that I can have my pigs butchered and the meat given to the Rogue River Community Center.
At the Rogue River Community Center, workers have been dealing with being mentioned by Monica in court. They won't accept the pig meat because it won't be USDA butchered, but most of all, they just don't want to be pulled into that mess.
Are we going to take the pig meat? Well, no.
During Susan Monica's bail hearing, gruesome
those poor pigs.
Details came out of the woman's alleged killings.
I'm going to set this out for a pre-trial in the first week of September.
Oh, God.
Monica gasped when she heard she'd remain in jail. She's facing 2 counts of murder, abuse of a corpse, and ID theft.
Well-known animal activist group PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, says they're looking at putting a billboard up in Medford that would capitalize on the attention on the Susan Monica murder trial.
The goal, they say, is to remind people that the meat on their plates was once...
PETA, come on. Come on, dude.
A living, feeling animal, and encouraging everyone to extend compassion to all living beings.
And in other news, we also learned today that Monica will play a role in her trial.
Yeah, Reed, yes, abusing a corpse is indeed illegal. Yes, that is a crime.
She will be able to question witnesses, but not in front of a jury.
Susan Monica grilling Jackson County Sheriff's Detective Eric Henderson, the same man she jokingly threatened to kill and feed to her pigs.
What did you do?
Wait, was she representing herself? Did my prophecy come to pass? Did my retroactive... Oh my God! She's cross-examining the detective from the interrogation. Oh my God.
Yesterday, defense attorneys said Delacino's death was in self-defense, but in the confession video, she says he killed himself. 2 points that never changed, however. She said her pigs would never harm anyone and she doesn't value human life. Longtime neighbor Karen Denman, who admits she had a
holy shit, Karen! Karen came to court!
Relationship with Monica, says she didn't know who was arguing, but she often heard yelling.
He was actually hollering in the middle of the night, and I hadn't really met him other than just seen him on the road.
Life in prison for Susan Monica, with the minimum of 50 years before she can get parole for killing Stephen Delacino in 2012 and Robert Haney in 2013 on her Rogue River ranch. She claimed it was self-defense in Delacino's case and wanted to put Haney out of his misery. Jurors didn't buy it, neither did Haney's family.
In regards to her change of story with Steve Delacino, Susan's new version started similarly to her original. She confronted Steve about the stolen guns, which caused him to freak out over the prospect of going back to prison. He then grabbed one of Susan's rifles that was nearby and began beating her with it, busting her right breast implant. Susan managed to retrieve her small Derringer pistol and shot Steve in the head with it. The shot did not kill him though, she would later learn, because the bullet had missed his brain and become lodged in his scalp. She got away from him for a time, but he chased her into the barn and continued to attack her. She was able to wrestle the rifle away from Steve, who then went down and grabbed her by the leg. She soon fired the rifle into Steve's head several times as he kept grabbing onto her leg. She would later learn this was a death grip, and that Steve was likely dead after the first shot from the rifle. Whether or not this final version of Susan's story is the full truth...
I mean, that sounds a lot more like a true story. That sounds a lot more true at the very least.
Or just a little closer to it than her initial preposterous attempt at a lie. God only knows. As for Robert Haney, you probably won't feel any need to appeal to the heavens above to know...
Well, I think Karen was referring to the victim, who was he.
If she was full of it when it came to his miraculously appearing in the pen that morning, but she still stands by that explanation to this day. No further attempts have been made by law enforcement to get the full truth from Susan Monica.
Yeah, no, this entire video is exactly why you need to have a lawyer, okay? If you're brought down to a police station, get yourself a goddamn lawyer. Is Susan trans? Yes. Wait, that was a twist.
Likely because everyone who's ever tried has just wound up being tired of talking to her.
God damn. Matt Orchard, folks. Very good channel. Go subscribe, okay? That was a ride. Matt Orchard does a really good job with these. Also, he has an excellent video going over why you should never trust or pay attention to or take a lie detector test. Which is very good advice. Step 1, get a lawyer. Step 2, shut the fuck up. Exactly. Now, folks, we did it. End of segment. Folks, we did it. We've been going for over 3 hours now. If you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, and hit the like button on the YouTube stream. And please consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I could not do this show without you guys supporting the channel with subs, donos, memberships, super chats, bits, etc. Why are lie detector results still admissible in court? They're not. Lie detector results are not admissible in court, but they can be used during interrogation to trip you up and get you to reveal information. Yeah, step 3, obviously, don't feed human remains to the pigs. Exactly. Yeah, fair. Yeah, exactly, Paige Wilder. A lot of people don't know about lie detector tests, and so they just assume that they're admissible, but they're not. But they make people nervous, and they make people trip up and maybe confess to things that they normally wouldn't. It's all about the framing. Step 3, don't represent yourself in court. True. Is there such a thing as transdar, like gaydar, but trans? Yeah, I would say so. Honestly, I didn't see that twist coming, though. Understandable, Gat or Thrid. But you know, anyone who can, I would definitely appreciate the support. Late Bloomer 66, thank you for subscribing.
So glad I checked in tonight.
And you've been subscribed for 2 years, Late Bloomer. Thank you so much for joining me on this wild adventure. Gendar, ooh, Blueberry Bumblebee, that's good. That's good. I'm gonna use that one. Gendar. Gendar the Destroyer. Gendar is a side evolution of Gengar. Yeah, you picked out Abigail Thorne about a year before she came out, but you don't say anything. Yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of an asshole move to, like, just be like, yeah, I clocked her and him and her and them. I clocked them all. Like, it's kind of an asshole move, but, like, you know, sometimes it blindsides you, sometimes it doesn't. And that's just how it be, you know? Have I read the Adams indictment? Is the Adams indictment public yet? Because 1, I haven't read it, but 2, I'm gonna look at it tomorrow, because that's when the charges are unsealed. Well, I'm sure a lot of trans people were speculating about Finster for a very long time. It's supposedly leaked. I'll wait until it's officially released tomorrow. I don't necessarily believe a leak at this point. Want to watch the Ole video? No. I think you guys should go check out Ole Olurin's channel yourselves. Excellent content. Did Finster finally come out as trans? I think Finster like started taking HRT, at the very least. Frankly I don't care. Oh yes, Finster did come out as non-binary. Gotcha. Cool. Good for them. Made a whole video about it. Cool. I don't pay attention to other people's videos. I have to be completely honest. Yeah, Lumi is also non-binary, but Lumi prefers they/them pronouns. And I suppose, and I think Finster prefers he/him pronouns. Beep boop. All right, that was fun. Ba-ba-da-ba-bum. It's not like you have a lot of time for that. Yeah, I've streamed probably about 12 hours of the last 24 hours, you know? I did a 5-hour stream earlier today. We're doing like a 3+ hour stream so far. And I streamed last night until like 3 o'clock in the morning or something. So like, it's been a lot. Working in those content mines. Let's see here. How we all doing, folks? Marathon woman. I also ran 4 miles today. Charlie, when I came out, all the men in my life were like, "Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for telling me then." Yeah, thanks, bros. You're a vibe to listen to? Thanks. Have you been able to rank up to foreman in the mines yet? I mean, given that I'm able to do this full time, I think that counts as ranking up to a foreman, but now it's just a matter of like ranking up to being slightly above the foreman so that like I can like afford to hire like a full-time editor and like do like just a lot less of the work all myself, you know? You should know it looks like my dad's coming around to me transitioning. He texted me back saying he loves me. Gamer G, that's great. I'm really happy for you. Hell yeah. I really like the community. Can I ask a favor? I need some ears to listen to an album I made that's basically anti-fascist aggro trap version of 9 Inch Nails Downward Spiral. You need feedback? I'm sure you can post a link to it in the Discord. We have a music section. I know we have a number of musicians in the community. True, Paige Wilder. This is also why you need a lawyer. But it's also why you should never take a lie detector test. You can always refuse one. Let's see. Beep, beep, boop. Yeah, Salmon Moose. Gat Earthrid in the YouTube made a trap album that's mixed. That says a lot of heavily influenced by Nine Inch Nails. I don't know. Check it out. Beep boop. Okay. What are we doing next? Maybe we'll do a Project 2025 video. We need to make progress in these. Okay, we have 9 videos left. I'm going to be trying to make more progress on these so that we finish them all by election day, okay? So, if we do this one, we'll have 8 left. Time for veggies. We had candy, now it's time for veggies. But I'm going to go use the bathroom, get some more water. And then when I come back, we're going to do the next Project 2025 training video that they don't want you to see, which is called Presidential Transitions, which I'm sure is about how George Washington was originally born Georgina or something. I'm sure that's what it is. Okay, but you all rated in right as I'm about to go to the bathroom. I get it. I'll just shit myself. I know the second I leave, you guys will all disperse. So I'll just sit here and shit myself. Hello, everybody. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics, and I'm a trans lady, she, her pronouns. If you've got questions about democracy in the workplace or trans people, happy to answer any questions. But we're going over Project 2025 training videos. We've gone over half of them so far, but we're on our way to doing all of them.
Place your bets for how basic 2025's advice will be.
Oh, TJ Durza, first of all, thank you for the $10 dono. But second of all, if there's anything that I've learned from watching so many of these, it's that the vast majority of the advice is going to be, don't do crimes, sign off on whatever Donald Trump wants you to do, and have a vague idea of how the system works. And also don't post slurs on Twitter. I'm guessing it's like the 5 golden rules, you know? God. Okay, I will be right back. I'm just getting more water. Don't you guys go anywhere. And we'll be right back to cover all this. Hope you had a great stream. Welcome, Raiders. Make yourselves cozy. Get yourself a snack. BRB.
Casino where the whiskey's running dry. I met a woman named Jack with a fire in her eye. She had cards in her hand and a look of pure control. They said she's got the devil's look, taking hearts and souls. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broke and lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. Now Riverboat Jack, she's a legend on the rise. With every every hand she dealt, another fool met their demise. She smiled that wicked smile, and you'd think she was your friend. But once the chips were down, your luck would need its end. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broken, lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. They say she's got no mercy, she don't play by the rules, but still you'll chase her shadow like all the other fools. Her heart is cold as steel, but she's got you in her grip. The queen of hearts, the ace of spades, she's sinking every ship. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broken, lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. So if you see a riverboat Jack and the lights are shining bright, best keep your wits about you or you're losing every fight. She's a heartbreaker, a gambler, and she's never looking back. When the river calls your name, you'll be chasing riverboat Jack. So if you see riverboat Jack and the lights are shining bright, best keep your wits about you or you're losing every fight. She's a heartbreaker, a gambler, and she's never looking back. When the river calls your name, you'll be chasing riverboat Jack.
Hello! Hello, everybody. How we doing? Hello, Sweet Myths Music. How you doing? Cheese Cryptid, welcome to the Riverboat GG site. Sake Tanuki!
I can't be a one community gift sub donor.
Well, I certainly appreciate that. Thank you so much. I need to get a few more, like, dono sound alerts that I can play here. Like, I don't know. This feels appropriate for some reason.
Oh no, Sam Cedar! Wow, what a fucking nightmare!
Thank you, Sake Tanuki. Welcome, folks. How we all doing? Hope you guys had a good stream over with Vosh. Welcome here, folks, and let's dive in. We're gonna be looking at Project 2025. Project 2025 private training videos. These are all videos that are intended. You have to keep in mind, these videos are intended for appointees in a potential Trump administration. So basically, they are basically saying, hey, are you a MAGA Trump superfan? Well, if you apply to our Heritage Foundation, think tank-backed program, you can just be instantly put into a position of power when Donald Trump is elected, where you will serve as like essentially a bureaucratic yes man for any decision he makes. So that's kind of what these are all about. These are to train the potential appointees in how they're supposed to do their job. As one might imagine, it's a whole lot of words to basically plead with their users with their the people applying to not be criminals, not say slurs on social media, and do whatever Donald Trump says. Like that, those are the three cardinal rules. Yeah, a lot of serving at the pleasure of Donald Trump, which, look, there's only one person serving at his pleasure right now, and that's Laura Loomer, okay? Trump is mentioned in Project 2025 312 times. Yeah, it's not subtle. It's not subtle who the plan is for.
In between Election Day and swearing in the next president on January 20th the following year is a vital period. And today we're going to be talking about transitions and political appointments.
Why does it look like this man is very, very seriously contemplating making this guy disappear? Like he looks like he's remembering a past life where he could just, like, you know, make this guy take a long walk off a short pier with some cement shoes. You know what I'm saying? This guy's gonna feed him to some pigs.
We're glad you're joining us.
In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal.
This every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal. Except for that one time 4 years ago when we didn't accept it as normal.
Is nothing less than a miracle.
In America, we understand that a nation is only living
alive
as long as it is striving.
A nation is only alive as long as it's alive.
Only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger.
You thought Republicans didn't like transitions? Wrong. They love transitions, okay? Just look at Mark Robinson's search history.
This nation will endure as it has endured. Will revive and will prosper.
It really is too easy, you know? Like, wrong. Just look at Mark Robinson's search history. Alex Jones's search history. Insert any virulent Republican search history. Steven Crowder's search history.
Whether we go forward together with courage or turn back to policies that weakened our economy, diminished our leadership in the world, America's future will be in your hands.
But fun fact, they actually got Reagan to say that by dangling jelly beans in front of a teleprompter. It's true. It's true. Probably. Nick Fuentes? Hey, no. Nick Fuentes, we know Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes does not have trans people in his search history, okay? He just has a lot of men and femboys, okay? Mostly femboys. Now, some of them might wind up being trans someday. But he's not, he's not going out of his lane to search for them, okay? Cat boys with very little clothing on.
Welcome to Presidential Transitions and Appointment Hiring. My name is Ed Corrigan. I'm the president of the Conservative Partnership Institute. And during the
again, you'll get a lot of guys like this from other kinds of think tanks, because this is a multi-think tank endeavor. Like, if you've ever wondered, like, what is a think tank? It's basically a nonprofit that billionaires funnel money into to then think up rhetorically effective or, like, PR effective ways of convincing the nation that actually voting against your interests is good.
2016 presidential transition, I was the director of domestic policy appointments. Today we have also Rick Dearborn, who was the executive director of the Trump transition in 2016, also worked on the Trump campaign. So Rick, why don't you...
Also, can we just look up, I do like playing the game of, like, hey, how is this person just the worst? Who is Ed Corrigan? Let's see. Ed Corrigan. My name is Callie. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. Oh, GQ magazine named him one of the 50 most powerful people in DC. Cool. Thanks, GQ. He builds the conservative movement. He was executive director of the Senate Steering Committee. Huh. So basically, he's been a lifelong shill for the conservative movement. He got his start on Capitol Hill as an intern on the staff of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee under Senator Jesse Helms of North Carolina. From 1991 to 2003, he served in various capacities, including legislative director in the office of Bob Smith, a Republican from New Hampshire. In 2011, Corrigan received the Weyrich Award for Capitol Hill Staffer of the Year, an honor named after former Hill aide Paul M. Weyrich, who became the first president of the Heritage Foundation, because they're all ghouls. That's why. Yeah. Wonderful stuff.
Introduce yourself.
Thanks, Ed. Rick Dearborn, great to be with you today. We're going to cover an interesting set of issues and topics about a transition. You want to become a political appointee.
This is one transition you won't want to miss. We have before and after pictures. A trans timeline for the ages.
How does a transition work? How do you get tapped as a political appointee? So we're going to kind of walk through all of that. Worked on Capitol Hill for 30 some odd years, have worked in 2 administrations, was on the Trump campaign team early on.
This guy looks like a discount Andy Richter. I just realized. He looks exactly like Andy Richter. Wait a minute. Can I get a picture here? Oh, I need a good picture of Andy Richter. Come on. Eh, close enough. It looks exactly like him. They're the same man.
Probably one of the first 15 folks hired, set up the DC office so that we could start connecting with the federal government, get to know members, work on endorsements, worked through the primaries. We wound up working at the convention on the platform committee as well as the rules committee. All of that I thought was very informative as we started to look at how to do the transition. My first role in the transition was actually...
Yeah, he's just one of the Richter brothers from Arrested Development. Yeah.
Heading up kind of the congressional affairs piece of it.
My name is Professor Norm H. Whiteguy, your local Project 2025 representative. Just a friendly reminder that best practice is to not poo your pants when meeting the president.
I'm really liking this new community meme where you guys tell text-to-speech to communicate with me as if you're a fictional person. You know, I really appreciate all of the messages from the Australian handlers, from Professor Norm H. Whiteguy, Grigor Niet Russian. I appreciate all of these, okay?
But after the election, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Pence had discussions about how best to move forward with the transition. And much like almost every other transition prior to, the Vice President was tapped to lead the transition effort. As that happened, and they still asked Chris Christie to remain on that board of advisors for the transition, the President and his team turned to me and asked if I would be executive director. I didn't have much of a choice, and so I said yes.
Wait, why didn't you have much of a choice? Were they gonna Andy? Were they gonna kill you? Were they gonna feed you to the pigs, Andy?
And I wanted to do it, but it was a unique experience. We'll talk a little bit about how Ed and I connected up and his role as he came in doing political appointments. But I was fortunate that I had Ed Corrigan, who's been a friend of mine for a very long time, help us get through the process. So a presidential transition goes very far back in our country. They had been...
Wait. I did open this by saying that this guy was looking at him like he wanted to kill him. Like maybe this guy is the reason he couldn't say no. It was an offer he couldn't refuse.
Informal for multiple generations, many decades, through multiple presidents. In 1963, they did pass a Transition Act. It did coincide with the assassination of John F. Kennedy, and from that point forward,
we established the feminization camps. They've been operating in secret for decades.
There was a federal government role in establishing the peaceful transition of power between one administration to the next. There was more meat on the bones put to a transition
for what?
After the 2000 election between George W. Bush and Al Gore, because of the uncertainty that created, the fact that it went all the way up to the Supreme Court. Of course, we had hanging chads in Florida, and the outcome of that election was uncertain for a good period of time. There was a concern, both a national security concern and just a general continuity of government concern, that we shouldn't have our government in that position again when we're trying to transfer power from one administration to the next, no matter who was going to win. So they passed yet another piece of transition.
Oh, he got banned because he was watching Shawshank Redemption on stream. Yeah, all right.
Legislation. That established a federal role, federal funds, federal...
Okay, chat, for reference, in case people don't know this, hanging chads are not... It's not a slang for dicks, chat. See, it's not slang for schlong, okay? It's... hanging chads is a term for ballots that haven't been cured yet, is right? I believe that's correct.
Involvement... staff-related support.
I am sure in this context, if you were at the club and someone was talking about a hanging chad, I would come to a very different conclusion. But it could be ooh-woo. I mean, sure, okay, yeah, all right.
Building support, offering up office spaces here in Washington, so transition teams could start their work well before the actual election. Fast forward to 2019, they beefed it up yet again. They asked the transitions to be even more organized.
Oh, sorry, hanging. So I was kind of right. Hanging chads are like the hole punches. Yeah, it's a whole thing, but basically it's an incorrect ballot that needs to be cured. There you go.
And if you fast forward that to the 2016 election, one of the interesting things I think that came out of the 2019 Act is they allowed congressional staff to be detailed to a transition. I think on our transition staff we had maybe 2 or 3. It was a new concept. It cost a lot of money. We had to be thoughtful about the budget. But once the vice president was tapped as the head of the transition, and 3 days after the election, they turned to me and asked if I would be the executive director of the transition. And like I'd said previously,
yeah, these people are all about executive directing transitions, except when it comes to the transitions of trans people. Am I right? Hey, up top.
Started off working on the congressional affairs piece, but becoming the executive director of the transition had a whole new slate of responsibilities and issues that I had to work on and process.
Okay, I don't want to be mean here, but like, this is an educational video to teach people coming into like a new appointee status what they need to do, what things are like. None of this was useful or helpful information. Like, no disrespect to this guy, although all of these people are ghouls, but like none of that was helpful information.
So could you talk a little about the different phases of a transition? You had the phase when you...
Well, first you wear the oversized hoodie. You know, and you slowly build up like a cocoon. You build up your immunity to the idea that you could be trans. You play into more and more gendered stereotypes as you desperately try to hold on to your fake gender identity and go deeper and deeper into denial. Then in stage 2, you have your egg cracked and you realize that the reason you were wearing the depression hoodie all the time was because you actually were trans, and now you need to figure out what that means. Does it mean you're just gender fluid, and maybe you don't need to use any kind of medical transition? Maybe it means you do need just a little bit of medical transition. Maybe it means you can keep it a secret until you die. Who knows? But that's when you do know. That's when it enters phase 3, which is Probably HRT, spinny skirts, the thigh-high socks. You know the ones. And posting images on the internet.
You were working on the campaign, and it was very informal. We were having sort of, confidential conversations about what the post-convention transition would look like, and then how that feeds into the
Dragonfly. You need some programmer socks.
What happens on election day and after, and then of course going all the way up to the inauguration, which we can talk about.
Absolutely. I'll take you.
And then eventually you reach stage 6, which is getting a sword. That's just something every trans person goes through. It's a rite of passage.
Up till about mid-November, because that's when I think you officially kind of flowed in and were a really large part of the political appointments piece. So at the beginning of that year leading up to the election, every Republican presidential candidate that had raised a certain amount of money was deemed eligible to have a transition representative. But at some point between...
Yeah, you get your standard issue gear. You get to choose, like, do you want like a rapier of some kind? Do you want a claymore? Do you want, or maybe you just want a dagger? You get to decide your starting equipment. For example, my starting equipment is actually this rapier, and it's pretty cool. I like it. Sleep with it by my bed. Sorry. Totally immaterial to the video.
Between the primaries and the convention, they provide you even...
What do non-binary folks get? They get access to a wider array of weaponry, actually. It's pretty cool.
Greater support. They start talking about your budget. There's money that's provided to both the Republican nominee and the Democratic nominee. It's somewhere around $9 million, I think, for each. And you start building up your resources, utilizing the office space. Convention comes, and though the transition doesn't have a role per se at the convention, some of the players at the convention have a role with the transition. In my case, I was the congressional affairs liaison for the campaign with the transition and had been tapped at the convention to represent the Trump campaign on the platform and to work with Don McGahn and others who were ultimately part of the administration, but at the time, the rules committee work that was going on for the convention itself. So post-convention...
Like, so much of this feels like he's basically just name-dropping to really pump up how important he is. Like, that's what this feels like to me. And it's not particularly interesting.
And Chris Christie and his team with Rich Bagger, who was the executive director, Bill Paltucci, who was the general counsel, and a host of others, would start to meet more regularly and have the office space to do...
Wait, I'm sorry. Sorry, it took a moment to sink in. There was a guy named Rich Bagger? Like how close can you get to calling someone just like Rich Moneybags? Like Rich M. Bagger. Alternatively, Dick Bagger is one hell of a name.
Do so to start planning out what the transition to a Trump administration would look like. Again, this is prior to the general election. So that takes you through the summer. In the fall, I'm going to more of these transition meetings. Rich is having good organized meetings and walking through what we need to prepare for. My role was the congressional affairs piece and talking about some of the needs that I was seeing from members of the House and members of the Senate on the Republican side. The election happens, and at that point, 3 days afterwards, I was asked to be the executive director because of the decision that the vice president was going to be put in charge.
Man, I'm riveted by this guy's story of just slowly climbing the ranks of bureaucracy.
Charge of the transition. So because of that, they also wanted to change, I think, the leadership of the transition at that point, and still keep Governor Christie engaged. So we made that change, and then I'd say somewhere around a little bit before Thanksgiving or maybe right afterwards, gave you a call about political appointments, which is one of the biggest sections of the transition team.
Okay.
And asked you...
finally getting to relevant info.
I think I asked you to pack up and come hang out with us for a little bit, but it turned out to be a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But let's walk through how that played out and what your role was.
I was an employee at the Heritage Foundation at the time, and so that was kind of my role. And one of the things about this is that when you work for a nonprofit, there is the ability to work on a transition team without leaving your current job. And so that's a lot of the folks on the transition team worked for organizations like Heritage while they were doing their work for the government. But no, you give me a call, I think it was the day before Thanksgiving, and said, I need you to come up on Friday after Thanksgiving to New York to help out with the transition. I was, of course, excited. I would love this. Was Trump had been elected, and so this was.
I was just praying you'd say yes.
And so I was excited to go up there. I said, okay, well, Hen, how long do you think it's going to be? You were like, maybe, I don't know, a week or two. And I was like, okay. So I packed enough for a week or two. As soon as I got up there,
I cannot stress enough how this is meant to be an instructional video on how to do a fascist takeover of America. And it's literally just these two chuckle nuts, like, talking about their exploits like they are something the general public would care about. Like, they genuinely think this is exciting information because they got to hang out with people whose names you recognize.
Realized I live in New York right now. And
I wasn't going to tell you that. I needed you to think it was temporary.
But it was fun. I mean, it's like you're working on a campaign or something, and we all kind of were working around the clock. What was exciting about that time is that you're taking so much incoming in terms of people who really want to serve. And so the question is, how do you sort that out? And I think that process really informs, if you're a job seeker, somebody who really wants to be a part of this process, wants to serve in the administration, how do you engage with that system? I will tell you, I had about 10 departments under my portfolio. There were the domestic policy departments, and basically what we were really looking for, there was unlike the pre-election transition, this phase really started to heavily involve people who had been previously occupied by the campaign. Really, when you're in the middle of a campaign, you don't want to distract your campaign staff with focus on the transition.
Right.
And so, but now you had...
These guys both look like they would pull the trigger on firing the Death Star laser on Alderaan with an almost like fiendish level of glee.
A lot of these senior players, Jared Kushner, Steve Bannon, and so forth, really heavily involved in this transition process. And so in our team, we had a small personnel team. Bill Hagerty, who's now a United States Senator, was our leader and really had a heart for this idea of personnel and placing good people in these roles. And so we had it divided up into different disciplines. But really what we were doing was being a bottleneck that filtered.
Okay, look, I know we've made a lot of jokes so far about like, transition, trans people, but unironically, due to the way the set is lit, it looks like the color scheme of their 2025 logo here is trans-colored. Right? Like, that's not just me, right? You all see it, right? It's the same color scheme. Right? You guys see it?
The recommendations from outside organizations, from Trump allies and folks who were lieutenants on the campaign. And what you were really looking for is what kind of people are going to be strategically aligned with the president, somebody who's philosophically aligned.
Right.
You're looking for particular expertise, but basically that was our job, was to then filter it up. And what I would be interested in you talking about, Rick, because I was in this sort of little war room putting together these lists together that would then make their way up to the to what we called the executive committee. But then, Rick, you were the executive director, so you were in these meetings. Like, what did that look like when these big notebooks are being presented with all these different positions? How does that all, like, what are those meetings like? This is in this big conference room in Trump Tower?
A glass conference room. Happy to talk about that. I do want to, I'm kind of going back and going forward at the same time. I do want to make sure and be clear that as you're watching this, we want you to get involved in a transition. If you want to be part of an administration, getting involved.
We want you to get involved in a transition. Any transition, okay? Look, we want you to develop a healthy interest in infrastructure, okay? Like, go down to the train station and see how long you can watch the trains coming and going, all right? Go out and marvel at bus routes and the maps of the bus routes, okay? The intricacies of an efficient busing system. See how long that fascinates you. If it's longer than 15 minutes... we've got a transition for you.
And that transition early on is important. Yeah. So political appointments is a piece of it. I'm going to circle right back and talk about how that played out when we were having the meetings with then President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Pence. But there's different components of a transition. Political appointments is really critical. You're tapping all the leaders for your government, all your cabinet heads, all the key agencies. There's an agency action section. How would you create the Department of Agriculture and run it, and what would the policies be, and what do you need from personnel, what would happen on day one? You build those plans out. There's a public relations segment to a transition. There's a congressional segment that I was part of. There's the leadership piece.
Okay, we're fully 13 minutes in, and we're finally getting like actual actionable information if you were part of this cohort of people that intends to undo democracy.
Piece of the transition that I wound up moving from congressional affairs to executive director.
Just try a little bit of Hearts of Iron, or Victoria, or Stellaris. Well, how many hours can you go?
So there's a lot of different places to get plugged in and to join. My best advice to you, I think Ed would agree, is just volunteer and do it. It's worth your time. It's a lot of time.
Watch I Saw the TV Glow and see if it resonates with you on a slightly more personal level.
It's a lot of hours. You'll probably be in the building that's down here in Washington, D.C. There's a chance you might be pulled up to whatever the home state is of that potential or that particular nominee once they've been elected. But getting on the ground level of transition is important. But talk about how this played out. You mentioned political appointments.
Man, Uncle Gumbald, I want to play Frostpunk too. It's, I got to make content though for the content minds.
In the war room that you and Bill had. Well, after you put all your materials together,
good night, War
Bill
Gamer
came
Lena.
to me and said, "Okay, I think we're ready to talk about a lot of these candidates." I mean, we wanted to get every possible quality candidate that we could, and then organize that and put it in front of the president, which is what you did in the political appointee section. So those were the kinds of things that we were doing in that room, and you would walk through a whole list of individuals. We did that with the entire cabinet. I mean, it was hours and hours and hours of work. So we'd schedule time to meet with him, talk to him about the candidates. So he was incredibly attentive, asked fantastic questions. We gave him great information, and he used that to then select his cabinet.
So one of the things that when we think about how do you get involved in the transition, and there's different roles. Obviously, we were
number one. You go to see your local gender clinic. Often check the laws of your state. Depending on your age, you can get informed consent and get right on that HRT. Okay, you just need to get some blood work done to get a baseline. All right, you go in there, get your blood work done, explain why you want HRT, sign the informed consent forms, and bada bing, bada boom. In about 2 weeks, you'll be on your way. Okay.
I was involved in the personnel, you were the executive director, but then you had these, the policy formulation teams, agency action, regulatory reform, there were legal teams. There's a whole bunch of different sort of facets to this that I'd be curious of, because if you want to serve in the administration, the goal is to be a part of this transition.
Right.
And so, what are some of the different aspects of the transition in addition to personnel?
Look, I would say that agency action was pretty important. There was a lot of dedicated work placed in that section. Of the several floors that we had in that building, I think there was at least 1 to 2 floors dedicated to agency, or at least an entire wing dedicated to agency action.
And when you say agency action, kind of talk a little about what is that? Is that
Good night, Gat.
memoranda on how the agency is going to function?
You're building out the blueprint that in a perfect world, this next president, as guided by the transition team, which had members that were close to the president.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're appointed, your job is going to be to come up with a plan for how the government can be gutted in your specific area. Yeah.
How would the next president run NASA? How would the next president run the Department of Agriculture, the State Department, DOD? And you go out and find experts and individuals who have some experience in these areas. So if you're living right now in Omaha or Kansas City, or you live in New Jersey or North California, and you've done some work on the environment, or you've had some experience with the Department of Agriculture, and you really want to get involved in a transition, why not apply and see if you can come in, and you'll be both learning and helping folks who may have worked in those departments for years, are good, strong conservatives, are looking for someone just like you to help them to be part of the team. So if you sign up for the database to get involved, the next step for you is to really be active in the transition. But agency action is building the blueprint for how you would run all the agencies. Congressional affairs, probably better if you've had some congressional experience. Maybe you've had it at the state level with state legislatures. Maybe you've had it at the federal level with the Senate and the House. But working with Congress is something critical to the executive branch, and kind of setting up those relationships and working through it. There is a designated office of policy. What is the policy of this president? Now, if the president-elect in 2024 and going into 25 is a prior elected official that has had a record, they're going to have certain policies that.
Yeah, they're talking about how to not grassroots Hitler, because that would imply that they're banking on grassroots support. No, they're talking about how to astroturf Hitler. That's what they're trying to talk about. They want you to seem like you have popular support without actually having popular support. That's the trick with these people.
They believe. In 2016, our policy was built on writing down every speech that Donald Trump had ever delivered during the campaign, and each policy was cataloged, and we used that to develop what the policy was, at least at the ground level. I mean, he built on all of that. Some of it he changed to some degree, but he was pretty consistent. I think much more surprisingly conservative than people ever gave him credit for, and carried through, which is, I think, the reason why, at least for him, he was so popular, that he actually did what he said he was going to do.
So one of the things that on the personnel team.
Yeah, these guys are weaponizing. They have weaponized levels of anti-Riz. The anti-Riz particles are overwhelming. They're turning this video into a real Ohio.
Team that we focused on was a
real Skibbity Ohio.
The cabinet gets picked first. Then you're looking at each department has a deputy secretary or deputy administrator, deputy attorney general, and so we were focused on those.
But talk a little bit about how you went about that and how these folks would plug into that effort.
So the different layers to these positions, you have your these would be PAS appointments, right? Yeah. Presidential appointee, Senate confirmed. The S is Senate confirmed. So the cabinet, the deputy secretary, and the assistant secretaries were to be typically PAS appointments. And so the way we would basically put these lists together was we were getting recommendations from, many of them come from members of Congress. They would be coming from people who are senior executives in the campaign. allies of the president, anybody who would be important VIPs whose name would matter to the president-elect.
Oh, yeah, Spherical Man. A key component to all of these videos is reiterating that Donald Trump doesn't have a coherent platform. So instead, you have to watch every single Donald Trump speech, and you have to read all of his tweets and Truth Social posts. That is literally something that they mention at least once per video.
That would be a pipeline for names. And then some of these, folks who come from nonprofits and things like that, we might just identify somebody. I might know this person and say that this person should be considered, even though they're not specifically recommended by somebody. But on the sheets, there's very brief information that was presented to the executive team. Those sheets would always include what name is behind this person, who is recommending this person. This person is recommended by Steve Bannon and Kellyanne Conway and Jared Kushner, whoever that was, or Congressman, Jim Jordan. And so that helps the executive team to say, okay, like in any hiring process, you want to know who vouches for this person. And so that ended up being a big thing for us. And so if you're looking for a position in the administration, you want to be thinking through each of these appointments is its own little mini campaign.
Absolutely.
Right? If you want to get somebody into the deputy secretary or the assistant secretary of some department, you want to get as many people vouching for that person. You don't just go on whatever the website was and put your stuff in and think that good things are going to happen. You need to have this coming in from all kinds of different sources. And so that was what we were doing, was kind of collecting that information.
So Ed, can I just...
Yeah, go ahead.
It'd be like looking for a job, right? So
I hate these men so much. Not even because of their relative level of evilness compared to all of the other people that have been in the videos, but this guy just is. It's like looking for a job, right? Yeah. You have an entire process set up to give these people jobs, to appoint these people to jobs. It is, in fact, exactly like looking for a job, because that's what this entire Heritage Foundation Project 2025 program is. It's not like looking for a job. It is looking for a job. Do you condemn Skibbity 2025? Only in Ohio.
It is a job. You're trying to get on the transition. You want to work in government. You want to work in the administration. Even if you're in the private sector looking to try to start that first job, who do you know? Who can vouch for you? How can that individual help influence the folks who are going to make a decision of whether to bring you on board or not? So your network, your ability to tap into the folks that can vouch for you and know you well, and having them weigh in on your behalf is really critically important. And let's face it, politics is different than the machine shop where you're building widgets. Politics is all about networking, right? It's all about connecting with people. That is the art of politics. So if you're watching this right now, you probably have some skill in that regard anyway. You need to continue to develop that and think through who might be able to vouch for you if you want to go work at NASA or at Department of Agriculture or an independent commission or agency. Right.
So yeah, and basically depending on what position you're actually interested in, you might have different strategies. So if it's a PAS position, what that means is you can't serve in that position until you're Senate confirmed. And after Inauguration Day, the Senate only has so much floor time to consider confirmation. So if you're being appointed to the Assistant Secretary of Commerce or HHS, it's going to be a long time before you're actually getting across the Senate floor, unless there's a unanimous consent, which is not as often anymore.
Plus, you have 100 people that are going to vote on you, so that connectivity with those individuals is important too. Having one or two senators or their key staff that know you, that can vouch for you with their colleagues, is going to help how you get scheduled. When you get scheduled, if you're going to get that vote. How the hearing goes. So you need to be thinking about, like I think Ed said it best, you run it like you would run a campaign. And for those of you that are engaged in politics, you probably
This video is hurting me. Evil Andy Richter, why are you hurting me like this?
probably ran for class president, student council representative. It's the same kind of thing, a little bit on steroids, but you're trying to get a lot more folks active and behind you and talking about your qualifications and why you would be the right conservative candidate for that particular position.
Yeah, and so what I would say on the PAS positions, especially in this early phase right after the transition, there's two additional levels that we were focusing on during the transition that are appointments. One is called the landing teams, and the other one is called the beachhead teams. And I'll have ask Rick to talk a little about the details of what these positions are for and how you get selected. But these are the landing teams typically will go in. It's during that time before inauguration when there's a president-elect and you're working inside the department.
That's
Explain the landing team a little bit.
Yeah, so the landing teams go in beforehand. Our government, our system, our federal government's an amazing thing, but it's massive. And on January 20th at noon, precisely at noon, the next administration takes over. So leading up to that point, you want people landing in all of these major departments and being introduced and receiving briefings from the folks in that department. Now, some of the political appointees will be happy to talk to you. Some of the careers will be brought in to talk about, these are the programs we're in charge of. Here's our jurisdiction. This is what we've done to date. Here's everything that's pending. These are the rulemakings that we've been working on. You would always hope that every administration is thoughtful with the administration that comes in. And look, I'm going to be honest. When we met with the outgoing Obama administration, couldn't have been more helpful. I had meetings as the executive director of the transition team.
Whoa. I don't know that you're allowed to say that in a Project 2025 video. The Obama administration? Very helpful? Sounds like disloyalty that will be purged as soon as Führer Trump is in power.
In the White House with the chief of staff, Dennis McDonough was fantastic. Sat down, said, look, the government's at your disposal. Send your landing teams in. I want to say landing teams went in sometime in early to mid-December, depending. Some departments were ready to receive them and others weren't. A lot of it had to do with where do we house them, because they're going to come in the morning, they're going to get briefings. A lot of it was them taking notes and being prepared for the...
They do know the type of people they're hiring are generally stupid, right? They'd know how to run a campaign. Well, yeah, the people they're hiring won't know how to run a campaign. But I think a video like this is just boring enough and drops enough names that they feel like, yeah, this is what being at work is like. That's right, we're being trained. And also there's like a lot of repetition in a lot of these videos so that they'll get the main info of the training, which is, again, like, please don't do crimes, please don't post slurs on social media, do whatever Donald Trump asks you to do, and also, have a vague idea of how to do your job.
A more permanent team that would come in. So the landing teams go in.
Wait, are they blatantly advertising to high schoolers or recent high schoolers? Yes. Literally, they do not care who they hire as long as the people that are being hired and being appointed will do the thing that they're there to do, which is to rubber stamp anything that Donald Trump hands down, even if it's illegal, Noralia, what I think about what?
In early mid-December, they like I'd mentioned prior, they come in, they set meetings, get briefings, figure out kind of the levers of power, who's responsible for what the jurisdictions are, getting some sense, cataloging the things that are in action currently. Now, the beachhead team is going to come in after that, and they're going to be the group that really is full of the experts for that department that will be there permanently. The landing team, some subset of them, will be part of the administration's group of people that would be in that department down the road. But they
basically leftists pretending to be conservatives, sowing doubt, enacting progressive policies on an astroturf grassroots level. Project 2025, make it progressive, basically. Unfortunately, that doesn't really work in our favor. For a very specific reason, and it's that leftists care a lot about ideological, like, purity, and lying about your actual political positions tends to be viewed overwhelmingly negatively. It winds up, I feel like it winds up hurting more than it winds up helping. I do think we need larger organizing efforts, but essentially we don't need to do that. What we need to do is organize and build our political power, and I think we do that best by being honest, you know? It just kind of feels doomer in red states. Yeah, but I mean, like, that's always the case. It's always been doomer from the get-go, right? Like, even in blue states, it's doomer, right? Like, because the deck is always going to be stacked against us. Like, it's always going to be institutional power arrayed against left-leaning initiatives. You know, the money and the power are all arrayed against us. All we really have at the end of the day as leftists are it's people. That's all we have. So, like, when we rely on kind of like trickery or deceit, it doesn't really work out for us because people are put off by trickery and deceit for the most part. And in terms of like faking being a Republican to get into office and do like progressive things, the issue is government relies on other people working with you, you know? Like, maybe that would work if you managed to find like a political position where, like, you know, it was a split body on like the city council or something, and your vote would make the difference, and you ran as a Republican and win, and then you just vote with like the Democrats or the progressives. Like, maybe that could work, but it would work like one time. You know, it would work exactly one time, and you'd have a devil of a time being reelected. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but like, the real answer is not the fun answer, and the real answer is that we would be better served by just putting our work and our effort into like doing more honest organizing, like with the DSA or something. Look what happened to Joe Manchin. Yeah.
They normally come in and basically just try to understand, all right, where are you in the process? What's happening in this department now? Beachhead
feels like so many are so down to be Nazis, though. Yeah, but the way to deal with that is not by running as a fake Nazi.
Head comes in closer to the transition of power, and they wind up basically.
Well, the thing is, you don't persuade them. You out-organize them. Most people in America are not people who vote. The vast majority of people in America do not vote, and you're much better served just convincing people who aren't voting to vote alongside you, because they have, you know, vested material interests in more progressive policies. You know? Pointing that out, by the way, like, generally will win a non-voting person over to your side. You know, like, if you point out, hey, you know, if you vote Democrat and we get Medicare for all, you know, you can take your daughter to the doctor. You know, people tend to care more about that than, like, I don't know, like vague promise of something sometime in the future being better.
Taking the information developed by the landing
Trickle down
team
economics and all that.
and then deploying their people throughout the building, because it's going to take some time before that first cabinet nominee is confirmed by the Senate.
Right.
So you're running the department predominantly with career staff. All of the political staff from the prior administration will be asked.
I will say progressives play to be right, conservatives play to win. That's true. I think what we need to do as progressives and as leftists, frankly, is to shift the conversation from like this idea that by being ideologically pure or like, correct on an issue, that's advocacy. We need to be able to move away from like the idea that simply being correct is enough, because it's not. We need to move away from the idea that being correct is the end all be all, and instead like work with what can we achieve. It's not enough to simply, do what the Green Party does and show up every few years and be like, yeah, the Dems don't want to give you all of the things you want. Well, we're going to give you all the things you want. And then they lose horribly with 3.5% of the vote or something. It's not enough to just have a correct position. You need to actually build the power structure to make that correct position, real.
And to a person will offer up their resignation because they're no longer working for the new president. They work for the prior president. And so those beachhead teams that are going to get the information from the landing team then start to fan out across the department and start to grab the levers of power, look at what reports are due, what the rulemaking processes are, what's expected of them, everything from their grant programs to their mandatory programs, how are they functioning, meeting with all the career staff to understand what's expected of the Department of Energy before the end of the week. What are we doing this month? Mm-hmm. But getting all of that down so that when the secretary is confirmed, you can really start implementing all your plans. It's not that you can't, but that secretary has to be careful. They can't go before a Senate committee and act as if they're going to be the secretary, because they're trying to convince that group of senators that they would like to be that secretary, and they have to be confirmed by the Senate. That might be an interesting thing to talk about. You've worked a lot on those Senate nominations and what that's like.
And to make a finer point on what you described about that period of confirmation, not just at the secretary level, but at the deputy level and the assistant secretaries, right, that you may be appointed as a deputy secretary or as a secretary of a department, and you may want to have a say in who gets to work in that department, but you're not confirmed yet. And so it's a little bit of a difficult and tricky dance because they don't want to be acting in a way that's going to annoy the senators,
That's right,
and basically maybe compromise their ability to get confirmed. But meanwhile, the government has to run. The new president has to take the reins of power, and this is where the beachhead teams. It is a very messy process.
Yeah.
There's a lot of these people, mostly in this agency, that don't have signing authority for much of anything. They just work there, but they have de facto power, and that the careers understand that they're going to be in senior positions. But it's
the careers. Hey, Red One Monster.
It's a tricky discipline. There's certain positions in the agency that will be appointed early on that carry a lot of weight because of their connection to the White House. Those are typically the White House liaisons.
Right.
And so we can talk a little about what the White House liaison is,
Sure.
And how they interact with the White House in each department. These are embedded people that are in the departments, but they have usually the blessing of the White House to sort of
yeah, Ayatagon, exactly. Like how love isn't enough in marriages, it's hard work too, and that's a hard sell for some people. Well, like, I would argue that love is enough in marriages, right? But love involves doing work, Like, love is working on yourself. It is working on, your household. It is working on your relationship. Like, love incorporates work. And in that same vein, like, being correct on its own isn't enough, but being correct with the work, that is the trick, you know?
Make recommendations, particularly on personnel. But if you're looking to get into an agency, a lot of people are going to have their sights.
What are we watching here? This is one of the Project 2025 videos that was leaked to ProPublica and published by ProPublica. We're watching every single one of them. We've been going through them slowly, and I think we're down to like 7 left after we finish this.
Set on a specific job.
8 left, maybe.
And that's good. You want to basically kind of know where you want to land, but ultimately to get there, it may not be a straight path. It may not be, I'm going to stay in my law firm until I get confirmed as the assistant secretary. Well, that's possible. That may never happen.
Right.
But sometimes if you're willing to take maybe a pay cut, right? Most people are going to get.
It will be a pay cut.
There's usually.
Yeah. Also, over and over and over again, these people are like, "Yeah, we're gonna pay you shit." Like, I think they're really looking for dipshit conservatives who are independently wealthy, you know?
Pay cuts coming on these things, especially if you're in a senior role with a law firm or something. But you're willing to go in on a beachhead team and just embed yourself somewhere. You don't necessarily have a guarantee of a particular job, but you're in the door. You've got a desk and a phone, and you can basically start kind of building those relationships. I feel like that's a real big part of this. Get yourself to be involved in the transition. Get yourself to be, in theory, on a landing team. The landing teams will typically be people who have a certain level of expertise in the discipline. Some of those may or may not end up wanting to work in the administration. But most importantly, I think, get yourself on a beachhead team because that's where the highest volume of people will go in on day one. They don't have any specific appointment yet. Some will, but I think for the most part, a lot of them are just trying to figure out what's going on in this department and sort of meet with the careers.
Yeah, I'd tell you that the landing teams were a combination of folks with expertise and the warm bodies that we needed.
Yeah,
we were the Trump administration.
By the way, I have no doubt that, like, transitioning between governmental teams is a very messy process. But, like, these people want to make it so much more messy. They want to blow up the entire apparatus, you know?
Especially early on was very unique.
They talk about it like war, Josh, because to them it is a war. It is an ideological war that they intend to win definitively with this plan. By putting everyone in positions of power, by putting all of these conservative appointees in positions of power, betting them for loyalty to Donald Trump. Again, their loyalty to Donald Trump is the #1 quality they're being vetted for. They can ensure that anything that Donald Trump says gets enacted, whether or not it's legal.
It was tough. I mean, what we're doing right now is going to be so important to the next president. Because establishing all of this, providing the expertise, looking at a database of folks that can be part of the administration, talking to you like we are right now about what is a transition about, why do I want to be.
Why aren't progressives doing Project 2025? Well, largely because, one, any kind of effort like that would be anti-democratic, which would be anti-progressive values. But number two, also, like, progressives do not possess the numbers, they do not possess the numerical strength or structural support to carry out anything remotely on this scale. You know? That's yeah. I don't think in general most progressives are super keen on overthrowing democracy.
Be engaged in it. What would my role be? That's a luxury that we didn't have. We were trying to fill a lot of positions, and early on it was hard to get everybody that we needed kind of in the door and in the right spot. The bulk of you won't necessarily be up for the secretary's position at DOD. You may not even be up for an assistant secretary's position. But there's going to be positions that may not be Senate confirmable that you may wind up being up for. A lot of what's called Schedule C positions. Those are political appointees that would work in the administration and running incredibly important programs that report up to a presidential appointee that might be in charge of a larger program department, and you're one of the sub-agency pieces of that. There, I think, still is the Plum Book. It's a government document that talks about all the different
Good night, thistles for eyes. Get good sleep.
positions of government. If you get the chance to review that, it's probably worth it. Think about what you really enjoy, what you want to work on. The most important part of being
I don't know, just like being in the places they're talking about, like being a part of the teams to help them pass progressive policies. Well, so Noralia, part of the problem is a lot of corporate Democrats, when they get elected, aren't appointing progressives. They appoint other corporate Democrats. You know? Like, progressives only have as much space at the table in the Democratic Party as we are able to win for ourselves. Again, largely to that end, like the largest coalition of progressives are probably in DSA. DSA is probably the vehicle that most closely resembles what you're talking about. Yeah, there's no special secret room. The secret sauce is having enough political power to ensure that you have a spot at the table. Because again, when you really dig down into it, like we're not that far off from Game of Thrones shit, like backstabbing, destroying careers and the like. You know, like it gets really cutthroat, and when push comes to shove, corporate Dems would much rather have other corporate Dems in their corner than progressives. If we elected all the people the median voter voted for, we'd be in serious trouble. The median voter is not engaged in politics, and frankly is probably going to pick, I don't know, like Andrew Yang for president.
A great federal government civil service career person or political employee is being interested in and dedicated to what you do. At the end of the day, federal government is about serving the public, right? It's not about serving the interests of government. The government is the public. So making sure that you're going to follow what your interest is, whether it be science or in the Department of Defense, or you're a great lawyer and you want to work in the Justice Department, or you're a great lawyer but you're really interested in environmental issues. So
yeah, Red One Monster. We got 150. Got 150 watching on YouTube. We got 115 watching on Twitch, and we have another 63 watching on riverboat.gg. We doing pretty good viewership wise.
You want to go to EPA or the Department of Interior, or you have no law degree at all, but you're really, really interested in commerce and export issues. So whatever it is that you're interested in, think about how you could prepare yourself and then get connected with the campaign of your choice. Your candidate may or may not win. If your candidate does bow out of the race, they probably support someone else. Maybe that's the person you support. Ultimately, it could be that potential presidential nominee. And then that individual goes on to become the president-elect. At that stage, the transition really explodes, and they're going to be looking for a lot of folks like you to get engaged, be on the ground level, and support that administration as it's starting to lay out its plans of how it would like to govern once they come into office in January. So you have from early November, that first Tuesday in early November, leadership for the transition, getting itself set, would already be ready to roll. And then soon after that, for the next 2 some odd months, you're helping to build out what will be the governing group of individuals for the next president.
And one of the things to be thinking about as this process goes forward is,
yeah. So basically, what have we learned in this video so far? Let's try and summarize what we figured out. Right. Good night, Noralia. What have we learned so far? Number one, there is a beachhead team that will operate between November and the swearing in that will oversee transitional activities and also help get other people appointed. And that kind of seems like it. Like, you're going to get a pay cut. It's going to suck. But you're going to be able to serve at the whims of the president, and that will be good somehow. Is that about a complete summary? I feel like I'm missing something. Because there's no way they could have talked for 30 minutes here and not said more than that. Did I black out? Did I almost die of boredom and just miss a moment or two while I was flatlining? Did I not miss anything? The art of saying nothing. It's truly incredible, isn't it?
The different phases of this, you have your
it's an almost like monk-like commitment. Like they took an oath to whatever dark god they serve, and whoa, they're suddenly imbued with the fantastic power of being able to speak forever and never say anything.
Sort of, your beachhead teams trying to get in a beachhead team. When I was running the domestic policy personnel, I was trying to strongly encourage people to take beachhead team positions. Even people who wanted to take a more senior position, I was like, let's just get you in the door. And the reason is because on January 20th, when the president puts his hand on the Bible, everything changes. The transition shuts down, and a new Office of Presidential Personnel stands up. The cabinet secretaries are going to start getting confirmed, and all of a sudden you got a lot more voices in the room about who's going to get what position, and the whole process changes. So getting in the door early on, I think, it can provide you huge advantages. And I will say, even on the beachhead team things,
can provide you with huge advantages in wielding power, because apparently that's all that gets these guys hard.
You have, in every agency, you have a number of positions that are careers, right? These are civil servants that serve, and they're not political. But then you have your political positions, and so what we were looking at to try and fill out our beachhead teams was which departments have the most political positions, right? These are kind of theoretical beachhead teams, right. And so some people who may have said, okay, I really want to work in the Justice Department. But I didn't have that many politicals in the Justice Department, so I would put them in the Agriculture Department. There was a lot of political positions in the Agri Department. Right. So we could drop a bunch of beachhead team members in there. They can learn a little about the Agriculture Department, but then maybe move over to DHS or DOJ or wherever their ultimate goal is to be. And so it's just something to be creative and be open to different ideas as you're trying to serve. Ultimately, the question is, do you believe in the person who's elected president, and do you want to serve that person? And if you really do, you need to get involved at every layer in this process, because as the process moves down the road, very quickly you get more cooks in the kitchen and more people asking for their people to be involved.
TLDR, dismantle the institutions by being so entrenched into those institutions, by climbing up the ranks until you wind up becoming those institutions without changing anything except turning government into a rubber stamp. That is really it, right? Except that in this case, the idea of climbing up the ranks until you wind up becoming the institutions is skipped, because they talked about their struggle to do that, but they no longer have to climb up the ranks of the institutions, because the people that they made this video for are just going to be appointed at the tops of these institutions. So really, like, we're just back where we started, which is that your job is to dismantle the institutions and rubber stamp anything that Donald Trump says, right? Like, They spent a lot of time in this video detailing their time working their way up the ladder, working with X organization and, Z and Y political figures that you would recognize. And now they're here to tell you how you don't actually have to work your way up the ranks anymore because they'll just give you a job.
Involved. One other thing just to be mindful of is that for each of these positions, even at the beachhead team level, there is a vetting process that goes on behind the scenes. They will look at all of your social media. They'll do background checks on you. Your normal FBI background checks. They'll do all those kinds of things. So if you want to serve in the administration, be mindful of your social media. Take a look at what you've put out there. Maybe clean it up a little bit. I think it's heartbreaking when you have somebody you know is a good person, but they may have said something. Maybe they were really heavily involved in the campaign and said negative things about the person who ends up winning. So if you're on a campaign, be mindful of that too.
Please don't post racial slurs. Please don't post the N-word on your social media accounts. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just say no.
Sometimes in the heat of the campaign, you can get a little carried away with things, but understand that at the end of the day, if you want to be able to serve, everything you've put out there publicly is going to be looked at. And so just be prepared for that kind of vetting.
Yeah, I would just emphasize that. I mean, we had a small number of folks when we first came in with the transition. It grew. Vetting was incredibly important, but we had very few folks doing it. We tried to be as in-depth as we possibly could. Of course, there were people that were placed that...
How many loyalists do they need for this? I mean, they're gunning for tens of thousands, But I think they're up to like... I don't know. Wait, let me Google. Let me Google before I give you a number that's wrong. How many? Good question, Red One. Let's see. Oh, it doesn't tell you. Doesn't tell you. Just asks you to fill out a form. I thought it would state their goal on the website. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Not finding a lot of details on the actual numbers that they're looking for. Do you hum a specific song? People have asked me that. I think that the tune that I hum is it's the tune that is played on the Majority Report when they are like doing like a humorous waiting bit, kind of like how I play the Jeopardy question music. Do 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 do. Yeah. Yeah, it's clicking in all of your brains now, isn't it? Okay. I'm not finding any concrete number that's been thrown out there. I think they want as many people as possible to apply, but I'm not finding a concrete number. It's so weird. All right, sorry.
Would wind up doing something that got themselves in trouble. But whether you're vetted or not, individuals can do that. The most important thing is for you to take care of you. Be smart about it. You're serving the public good. You're working for your fellow citizens. So you want to make sure that you're focused on the job that you want to do.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, Gamer G, but I cannot for the life of me find where I got that number from.
Try to stay off all the extracurricular stuff. Any of the comments that you say that you feel could be used against you will be. If they're heated and hot, guaranteed they will be. So just be...
I wouldn't be mad if you guys... I would never advocate that you would mess with the political think tank, the Heritage Foundation, by creating bogus applications on their website. I would never advocate for that. If someone did do that, though, it'd be very funny. But I would never advocate for it.
Be thinking about that. You're in the public domain once you decide you're going to work in government, which means that the public is going to scrutinize you. And that means senators, and it also means the administration members themselves as they're looking to bring you in to work in the administration.
So to recap, the phases of the transition, you have the phase of the transition which we're in now, which is before the election, before the primaries really get up and running. You have the phase right before, during the primary, but before the convention, which is very informal, but a way to get involved in a campaign. After the convention, you'll have the most a lot of people starting to.
How do you think they got so many people with fake sounding names? My working theory is that Republicans have a predisposition to name their children names that sound fake.
To work on this formal position, this government-funded transition team. The phase after the election is when the campaign staff get involved. That's when it gets real, and when the positions really start getting selected. And then you have that. And that's also after the inauguration when you have the landing teams. We'll go into working in these agencies to just learn. They're not actually formally appointed government employees, but they're basically learning about the agencies and so forth. Then after inauguration is when the beachhead teams go in and when the appointments start getting selected, and that's when people will actually get in and start serving.
So to walk through what the different components are of a transition. You have a leadership team tapped by the president-elect's senior team, the president-elect himself or herself. Then you have different pieces of it. I know that Ed's talked a little bit about what the different phases of the transition are. The political appointments section, which is a large part of the team. That's all the personnel. You've got the beachhead and the landing teams that go with it. But you have an agency action team. This is a large number of people. Probably the largest group in the transition. It's broken out by each of the different departments and agencies, all designed to kind of walk through and capture what it is that you're looking to do if you're starting on that first day of the administration, and carries out with 50-day plans, 100-day plans, 180-day plans. That's part of the work that they do. What our project 2025 is doing is trying to provide a lot of those elements ahead of time, so that agency action team can really take that information and build on it as they get ready for the administration in that following January. You also have a public relations team. So if you're into PR and messaging, a lot of the folks that get on the transitions public relations team also find their way into the public relations departments in a lot of the different agencies. So if you enjoy message and communication, it could be everything from going into the communications department at the White House to any of the agencies that are out there. We tried to meet with the press corps on a regular basis. Sometimes it was daily. We'd provide updates to the transition. The latest cabinet secretary that had been tapped that was going to be sent up by the president to the Senate for confirmation. the latest piece of information on a hugely important issue that the president-elect was looking to try to focus on at the beginning of their term. A whole series of things and information about what's going on with the transition goes through public relations shop. There's a smaller congressional relations piece. These are individuals that probably have a little bit more experience. It could be in state legislatures where you've had experience working with members of a state assembly or a state senate. But a lot of times it's also folks who've had some experience with the U.S. Senate and the United States House to just work with them, answer their questions. There'll be a ton of meetings that they want to take, and there's going to be a lot of requests from them to sit down with the president-elect or his or her team to talk about what they would like to see from the president going into the next term. It takes a lot of people and a lot of commitment to work with them on that. So that's another component. There's a dedicated and established policy team. This team is trying to take everything that was made as a commitment by that president, now president-elect, and really focus on how they would break that out by each of the different departments and agencies.
Oh my God, how many different times can you reiterate that if you get put into a position, your job is to come up with a plan to how you would do your job? Oh, really? Boy, howdy, is it your job to know how to do your job?
We doing big shimping, we spending cheese. You're a fabulous Jack.
Hannah, thank you for the 10 pounds. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, because this is, let me tell you, we are big shimping tonight, but this video, it's not the yeehaw. All right? I'm going to come up with my own set of Gen Alpha slang, okay?
What are the big key themes? A lot of that blueprint would be used in the White House. A lot of that blueprint will then be kind of divided up by the different agencies and departments that would then work to execute it once the president-elect is then sworn in that following January. Those are the largest functions of a transition team. The political appointments, Ed's, I think, walked through very well. Again, that's basically what you're looking at for a presidential transition. If you're looking to work for a strong conservative, if you're looking to work in government and try to serve your country, this is a great opportunity. Ed and I have been in this business for a very long time. Every single day you got up, you wanted to be able to solve someone's problem. At the end of the day, if you actually had a chance to do that, it was the most rewarding feeling you ever had, and you wanted to get up the next day and do this.
At the end of the day, it was one of the most rewarding feelings you ever had, you know, advocating for trans people to not have rights and to get black and brown people removed from our country. Very rewarding feelings. If I had a study about the correlation of tie length and benevolence, good God. Aww. My girlfriend Meg is in the living room listening to this. Tell her I love her. Hey, Meg, Brutus Magnuson loves you. And you two should probably smooch about it or whatever.
Same thing. If that's the kind of thing that drives you, then you're going to want to join us and join the next president and be part of that person's administration.
Amen.
Job responsibilities. Number 1, have job. Number 2, do what the president tells you. Number 3, profit, but not too much, because you're taking a pay cut, mister.
Appreciate all of you guys taking a look at this, taking a look at serving your country as a part of an administration, and understanding this process as best you can, and engaging
that
with...
guy, like, see, I am not the only one. I'm not the only one. I'm really glad people know who Andy Richter is, because I feel like he's kind of like ubiquitous, but like I also never see him in anything. Like I saw him in Arrested Development. He just looks like the guy. He just looks like one of the brothers from his Arrested Development bit.
With this presidential transition process, to be involved as soon as you can, and at every level in that transition. So ultimately, you may land. It may be a meandering path to get to where you want to be, but ultimately the goal is to serve, not necessarily to serve in a particular way.
Good to be with you again, my friend.
All right, brother.
I thought they were gonna go for like a fist bump, like explosion situation, but then they just weirdly did a handshake. Okay. Project 2025, where you can go to learn in a 43-minute video, 43-minute and 53-second video, that when the transition of power occurs, there's going to be a time window in between, like, the election and the being sworn in. There's going to be a time in between there when, you know, power is going to be transferred. You need a transfer team in order to oversee that. And then once you're in office, you're actually going to be expected to have a plan for what to do. And your only other job is to rubber stamp whatever the president says. And also, don't do slurs on social media. They did reiterate that one effectively. But other than that, why did we need 40 minutes to tell us this? God, getting Project 2025 certified is really hard. Not because you have to learn a lot of things, but because they just keep reiterating the things you already learned in the first video. Good golly. Fascism is so dumb. We did it. We finished the segment, everybody. Huzzah! We have now been going for over 5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs and donos. Hope you've all been having a good time tonight. They made fascism boring. Well, fascism is kind of already boring. You know, like, fascism is anti-empiricist by its very nature. Like, it can't make any reality claims, so it's basically just, you know, inept and kind of living in its own fantasy world. So it's not that interesting, you know? God. Folks. How y'all doing? We now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 videos left. Ugh, my God. Tomorrow, I think I might do like a short daytime stream where I do Frostpunk 2. And maybe a nighttime stream where I also do Frostpunk 2. We'll see. We'll see.
Money for the Slog Fund.
TJ Durza, thank you for supporting the Slog Fund. It will go to all the Slog families and feed their Slog children.
Professor Norm H. White Guy again. That video was very normal and not boring.
Trains of bullshit. Thank you for the $5 dono. Professor Norm H. White Guy. That checks out. That's a very accurate comment from you. Thank you for your contribution. Why on earth did they make so many of these videos? Well, honest to God, it's the repetition. You know, religious documents use it. You know, you just repeat something over and over and over again to really make sure you convey your core point. And I feel like that's what these videos are. You know, they are just reiterations to do the thing.
This is Megan E. Nosex, your asexual socialist policy advisor. If you want to get progressive policy done, you need to join an organization and organize a run for office, like dsadsausa.org/join.
True, GamerG /Megan E. Nosex. I appreciate your asexual socialist policy advice. And yes, more people should get involved in DSA. DSA is frankly the most effective organizing tool for progressives, both during the election cycle, but also outside of the general election cycle. You know, during the 3 years of downtime, the 2 years of downtime until the midterms. You know, I would recommend getting involved in DSA. Also, get involved with Progressive Victory. Do both. Both is good. Did I see the Kamala Harris interview? No. Which one? Maybe I'll cover it next stream. We need more electorally minded DSA members. Yes, please go and brainworm politically inept DSA members. Please make the DSA more effective by joining it. Also, yeah, the Socialist Rifle Association, also good thing to join, or the John Brown Gun Club. God, I really wanted to play Frostpunk 2 tonight, but maybe we'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow during the day. Most of the people who are posting aren't organizing. True, GamerG. Mine in my area isn't very effective. It's true, Irascended Kitten. Also, mileage may vary for the DSA in different areas. But honestly, like, it would probably be more effective if people with good or better ideas joined the DSA. you know, it's kind of a catch-22. On the one hand, it sucks to be like a voice of reason. On the other hand, you need more voices of reason to make something more politically effective. Ugh. MSNBC? Oh, wait, that Kamala Harris interview. No, we haven't gone over that. Maybe we'll go over that tomorrow. Okay, folks, I have officially streamed for how long? What am I at right now? Let's see. Yeah, I have officially streamed for over 12 hours over the course of the last 24 hours. So I'm going to go sleep. I'm going to go take a sleep, and we'll see what happens tomorrow with my scheduling. Ugh. Do you think the S in DSA makes it harder to get stuff done? No, it's like it's like the worthwhile part of the org, you know? Let's see. I'm gonna raid into I'm gonna raid you guys into Caroline Kwan because I like Caroline. So good night, everybody. Get good sleep. And see you all tomorrow. Bye.
I feel like I didn't really have a chance. I didn't have much of a chance.
Casino where the whiskey's running dry. I met a woman named Jack with a fire in her eye. She had cards in her hand and a look of pure control. They said she's got the devil's luck, taking hearts and souls. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broken, lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. Now Riverboat Jack, she's a legend on the rise. With every hand she dealt, another fool met their demise. She smiled that wicked smile, and you'd think she was your friend. But once the chips were down, your luck would need its end. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broken, lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. They say she's got no mercy, she don't play by the rules, but still you'll chase her shadow like all the other fools. Her heart is cold as steel, but she's got you in her grip. The queen of hearts, the ace of spades, she's sinking every ship. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broken, lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. So if you see Riverboat Jack and the lights are shining bright, best keep your wits about you or you're losing every fight. She's a heartbreaker, a gambler, and she's never looking back. When the river calls your name, you'll be chasing Riverboat Jack. So if you see Riverboat Jack and the lights are shining bright, best keep your wits about you or you're losing every fight. She's a heartbreaker, a gambler, and she's never looking back. When the river calls your name, you'll be chasing Riverboat Jack.